Hello and good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are, whenever you are. My name is Ronin Vector here back in your timeline, ready to be a ninja. If you weren't following along yesterday, today we are back in Arosa in the world of Final Fantasy XIV Online, preparing for the new, oh look, someone's got one of the Twitch drops. Preparing for the new DLC, relearning the game, trying out a new class, new for me, anyways. But, yeah. So, we're back in the town of Dragonhead. We just solved pretty much everybody's problems. Looks like we got a few more quests to finish up around here. Something with an ogre. Then, burn before reading. So we'll see what that does. And as an extra special bonus, what I like to do is watch, comic books in between the story bits. Keeps things bearable, you know. Watching me kill the same enemy 6,000 times might not be the most exciting thing, so I like to talk about comic books, watch the late and great Benny do his thing. Gives me a little extra motivation for, you know, character acting. For fuck's sake, if he can do it, I can do it too, you know. Bramblebead rope. Oh yeah, that's right. I was supposed to find this person's sheep and use it as bait. Now I'm starting to remember it. Alright, Benny. Okay, so where we left off in the zombie comics was... I can't remember, to be honest. We got pretty far. I know we got to the part where they kind of had their own little colony going. Zombie heads could have robot bodies and not kill people if they've not eaten long enough. This is like my least favorite zombie event, I think, in comics, to be frank. But I'm dedicated to getting through all these comic story and videos, so...
Ends it up into another flyer.
Even,
starts to lose her balance.
It's not his
she
fault
reaches into
that the stories are
flyer
badly
zombie
written,
to grab
you
the
know what I mean?
intestines to help slow her fall. But as more intestines come out, it begins to rip. Before falling any further, Aaron extends his legs to catch Jocasta, and she says that one's getting away, but Aaron tells her, not really, and he fires a rocket, causing the zombie flyer to explode out of the air. A little while later, Aaron helps put Jocasta's legs back, and she tells him, okay, it's back on. And he tells her, he just likes the view here. Once Jocasta is back up and walking, the two begin to follow the scans of life across town until they finally find the only building in New York that apparently has power. Aaron begins to ask what's so important about this place, and while looking through the windows, Jocasta says all humans have been detected, and what they see is all of the superhero zombies eating everyone. Jocasta tries to scream, but Aaron covers her mouth, stating, it's clones. They're mass-producing clones just for, oh god, they need human blood,
Easy
not
peasy.
clone blood. And then they hear a voice
Back in my
asking,
pocket.
excuse me, but I'm pretty sure you aren't allowed here. Did my husband give you permission? Jocasta asks husband, and Aaron says no. They are,
yeah, with
travelers. And the woman then asks,
wolf
like
nearby.
the man on the
Sure,
flying
he'll find
surfboard?
its way home.
About a year ago, a man appeared from the stars, and he was
Good luck,
devoured.
buddy.
And those who devoured him gained his powers. Later, though, those who ate the man took off into the sky
yeah,
in search of
cosmic
new blood.
zombies.
And since then, her husband, Wilson, did what
What
he
a
does
waste of
best,
power.
and he built an empire. Wilson has since protected her by controlling his hunger to eat her, and Jocasta says that she has a bit of an odd request then. May she have some of her blood? It's for a very important medical problem where they come from. The woman agrees, and Aaron offers for her to come with them, but she tells them no. Wilson protects her here. She is what keeps him going. After getting their sample, Aaron and Jocasta leave, but after looking back at the bodies being eaten, Aaron begins to think back to how other robots were treated, and he won't let that stand. Aaron tells Jocasta to head to the portal. He's going to take care of a few things, and then he jumps through the window to the zombies, firing his rockets and guns. Aaron soon finds himself shooting and burning all of the heroes in this world while destroying their machines that they are using to clone humans. Once the last capsule is destroyed, a zombie bear appears behind Aaron and bites down on his head, and then spikes shoot out of the bear's head. The floor begins to cave in, and Aaron and the zombie bear begin to fall, and he rips it off, stating, God help me, I have no stomach and I have to barf. As Aaron begins to pick himself back up, he sees a floating zombie Stephen Strange with a spell window, and as he looks at it, he sees armor. Kingpin, who is actually the man named Wilson, steps out stating, yes, after we had found Dr. Strange, he was only able to cast 2 spells. One was to make mana fall from the sky, and the other was to create interdimensional windows. And we have found your reality, all of your wonderful Avengers. The gospel loves to spread to superhumans. See, we only exist to spread the hunger gospel,
Easy
which is
peasy.
why we sent one of our counterparts in to replace one of your armor people. So once you return with the sample, Michael will create a vaccine and spread the zombie plague, and your world will fall. Aaron points his gun at Kingpin, stating that he loves it when a bad guy has long monologues. It gives him time to. And then her hair reaches down the pit, grabbing him. Medusa screams for him to die, and then Aaron blows her head off, and zombie Ghost Rider rides through shouting, "How vengeance hungers!" With his other arm, Aaron changes it into a sword, cutting Johnny's head off, and he looks back at the bike and he smiles. Seconds later, the building explodes as Aaron rides off on Johnny's bike, while Kingpin tells everyone to bring back whatever part of Aaron feels pain, so that he can stab it repeatedly. Aaron rides through the city, driving along the city buildings until some of the runner zombie heroes begin to catch up. One manages to jump in.
It says, you have some dark news. It is writ large upon your aspect. Come speak. This tone, it is notorious. Forbidden by the Holy See, of course, and frequent trophy in the Inquisitor's raids on unbelievers. If you found this in the Steel Vigil, it only means that the unbelievers infest the ruins. They must have been tasked by the Dravanians to keep watch and thwart any attempt to rebuild the Vigil. Traitorous to their blood. I would that they had but one black heart. My sword would pierce its rotten core and forever rid us of their kind. Level 9 copper ring. I don't understand why it's not comparing. How do I compare it to the item I already have? Whatever, hardly matters. There we go. Okay, these are wrist guards, that's why. What's tenacity do? I don't remember those things. Alright, so let's go with tenacity, I guess. Guess I already get all the best stuff. Whatever. Ah, there you are. And let us toast to a job well done. I've just finished brushing Sebastian. He'll get some squash with his hay tonight. Gruntok spoke highly of you, and he is right, I think. There is much to be said of a man who is not sworn to a master, but his work. With adventurers, one only need to speak the end, and they devise their own means. That's right. I'm an adventurer. Looking for... Oh yeah, I've got to light more of those fires, wherever I can find them. There's one. Looks like I got one left. Are you shitting my pants?
In the way of the bike, causing Aaron to lose control and crash. But back at Armor headquarters, a worker goes to check on Michael because he's late to a meeting. And as she enters, she sees Michael bleeding and he tells her, "Behind you." but it's too late as Zombie Michael bites down on her shoulder. She falls out of the room and another worker walks by asking if she's alright, and she jumps up biting him. Back at the extraction point, Charles steps out asking Jocasta, where's Aaron? And as the two of them look off into the city, they see a fire. And Charles says, I'm sorry. And Jocasta says goodbye. Slowly, Aaron begins to call out to Jocasta, but he's having a hard time as he's missing the lower part of his body along with an arm. Jocasta and Charles step through the portal, and as Charles tells Control they did it, Jocasta heads over to Michael's lab where she sees him eating people. And he says that he knows what she's thinking. Operating without anesthesia, tisk, tisk.
You know, you don't really see Morbius in that many things outside of his own shit. All done? Come closer to the fire. You're looking a bright blue. It gladdens my heart to know that all braziers are lit tonight, giving freely of their light and warmth. Yes, dull and warm, and of some import. And as I've said, I have no complaints about the warmth. Not one. What a helpful guy. Oh, looks like we got a fade over here. It's on the hand. What the fuck? Why now? At least it's not crashing my game right away. Minor miracle. God damn it.
Jocasta radios back to
Actually,
Charles stating, we have a situation, and he tells her that he noticed just to make sure that none of those zombies escape. After running towards the exit, Jocasta begins to weld the door shut, and then she hears people banging on the other side to let them out! The zombie wasp flies by telling her that she's just a dirty, stinking robot. She will never be human like her. Back down in the subway tunnel, the zombies begin to surround Aaron's broken body, but as one of them reaches out to grab his head, his hand passes through it, and from behind the pillar, Aaron steps out stating that his hologram projector still works. He then begins torching all of the zombies and beating their heads around with other zombies' arms. As more of them start to run down, Aaron fires off his fingers into a wall extending 4 razor-sharp wires, and the zombies run through, cutting themselves in half. Soon a giant bear dog teleports in, and Aaron extends his arm, wrapping it around its neck, stating, "You can teleport, huh? Well, that's good. Now fetch." Over in the current world, Zombie Wasp continues taunting Jocasta, and then she slams her hand, smashing her, and rips the door back off, letting the people in. She begins to fight off the swarm of zombies, and then elsewhere in the facility, Aaron teleports in, riding the zombie bear dog, stating that he's been programmed to eviscerate their squishy organic bits and chew gum. And he hates gum! After shooting down the horde, Aaron pulls out a brain from one of the zombies, telling the dog to go fetch, except that it has a bomb attached to it, and as soon as the dog eats it, it explodes. From behind the shadows, Zombie Michael kicks Aaron, stating, "I've had enough. The hunger gospel will not be silenced by some damn automaton. I'm a vampire and a zombie. I'm a vampy, and I can't be stopped." Suddenly, the real Michael appears, stabbing a tree branch through Zombie Michael's heart, and then he begins to turn to ash. Aaron says, "Dude, you just staked the zombie version of yourself. You're gonna need therapy for the rest of your life." Zombie Captain Mayan then appears through his shield, shouting in symbols, and Aaron cuts through him, stating, "No, you know what? My name is Machine Man, and I just saved the flippin' world." Jocasta then runs out shouting, "You're alive!" And Aaron says, "Of course, I'm too cute to die. Now give me some of that sweet
robot
love." After their blissful robot kiss, Charles tells him it's not over. Someone managed to use the teleporter to get out of the facility, and Michael says, if he may, he would like to assemble and lead the team to catch whoever that was, because this has been a long time coming, and the Midnight Suns must return. The two zombies that escaped the armor facility were teleported to the middle of the ocean about a week ago, and since then have been biting a lot of the undersea dwellers, and they're now attacking a cruise ship. Not long after the reports that the cruise ship is under attack, Morbius and the Midnight Suns rush in to contain the zombies. The first of that group, Jack Russell, quickly jumps through the portal, transforming into his werewolf form, and he begins slashing and ripping apart the zombie sea creatures. Right behind him goes Jennifer Kell, the survivor from the first contact group that was sent to Florida, and next out is Damian Hellstrom, burning away anything that moves. Finally closing out the portal jumps Morbius himself, firing canisters filled with an oxidizing bacteria that when exposed to the zombie virus proved to be rather explosive. However, before being sent down, Morbius developed a vaccine to protect the team in case they get bit. But unlike other vaccines, there's a slight chance they may develop a full-blown version of the disease themselves. Elsewhere, though, the two escapees, Simon Garth and the head of Zombie Pool, emerge onto the beaches of the island nation of Taino in the Caribbean Sea. Simon, holding the head of Zombie Pool, begins to walk up to the beach and into the forest, and as the two of them make their way through, Zombie Pool says that ever since he lost his body, he really doesn't feel the hunger anymore. Who knew losing 93% of your body would mass cure your zombiness? Now it's just time to settle down.
That's not true. We saw the Wasp complaining about wanting food earlier.
Zombie Pool tells him that's what he likes about him, just letting his actions speak for themselves. But where are we going, Simon? Zombie Pool looks around and he sees them walking through the camp, and he notices the chemicals that they are using. They're making drugs, cocaine to be specific. Simon continues on until they walk into a cave and see a man sitting, and the man tells Simon that he knows that he's a zombie.
Lacked a lot of
what is that? Simon explains that the head is all that remains of the mercenary named
It just didn't feel like it was ever going anywhere, and when it did go somewhere, it was just kind of dumb.
And Zombie Pool says, for a cool name like that, you totally ruined it by dressing like that. You really need to get your priorities in order. Talon then says that he holds the amulet of Damballa, the same as the one around Simon's neck, which is why he was drawn here. However, it doesn't control the other dead, regrettably, so they put them in the pen. Zombie Pool shouts out, oh hell no, no one is caging this bird. This looks like a job for the merc with only a mouth. And he leaps in, biting one of Talon's guards. However, it is short-lived as another guard skewers Zombie Pool's head to a stick to stomp him. A short while later, Talon sits down speaking on an intercom, stating how he may have come across something of interest, something that could destroy all of the heroes permanently. And on the other line, the Hood sits telling him to go on. He's listening. Back out at sea, the cruise ship the Midnight Suns were on begins to sail towards the beaches of the island. But as it gets closer, it explodes. And on the shore, Jennifer teleports Jack and Morbius down. And Morbius tells him, that was close, but where's Damien? Through the burning ship, Damien calls out that his concern is appreciated, but the fires of this Earth do not burn him. So he figured that he would just ignite the engine before landfall. Over in Hell's Kitchen at Hood's hideout, some of his men question Talon's intentions for selling them an end-of-the-world weapon, stating that the Armageddon might be bad for business. The voice of Dormammu says, perhaps it might, but as long as you, Parker Robbins, wear the Hood of Nishanti, you serve a higher calling. Since the spells of their world's Sorcerer Supreme prevented him from acting directly in this plane of existence, he must deploy thralls, such as Parker Robbins. And he wants this virus, and since he wants it, so does Parker Robbins. Not long after that, Hood and the rest of his men appear before Talon, but as they do, Dormammu tells his human puppet to beware. Enemies are approaching them from the jungles. Out in the jungle, the Midnight Suns come across a grave, but Damon mentions that he feels like they're being watched by entities far beyond his comprehension. As they get closer, they begin to notice the graves here have been hollowed out, and with a quick swing, Morbius is cracked across the face with a shovel. Soon, members of the Night Shift all jump out, and they begin to attack each Midnight Sun. Needle leaps out, stabbing Damon with a needle, while Danson begins to stop Jennifer from using her powers. While stunned, Danson jumps in to kick Jennifer away, and Digger begins to bury Morbius. As the dirt is thrown on him, Morbius tells him that he spilled his blood. He really shouldn't have done that. Digger laughs at him, asking why, and Morbius jumps out of the grave, telling him because now he wants more. Damon begins to burn away the needle that stabbed him, and then he turns his focus to Tatter and starts shooting fire. Everyone shifts who they're attacking to, and Hood says that they've disappointed him. They're just a bunch of wannabe heroes. And Morbius tells him, "You're wrong." And then as he turns to look at him, Morbius' face begins to drip with blood from Danson telling him, "We're not heroes, we're monsters." Jennifer tells him that he needs to snap out of it. Zombies are starting to make their way towards them, and Morbius pulls out his gun and begins firing. Except this time, the zombies are not just exploding, they're releasing a gas, one that is spreading the zombie virus. Hood begins to ask what the heck is going on, and Morbius says that his vaccine, the zombie virus, has mutated in reaction to it, and it's evolved. Jennifer begins to have flashbacks to when she fought Zombie Pool, stating it's happening again, and then she hears a voice. Dormammu appears before her, stating, "No, I can grant your powers. All you need to do is take my hand." Dormammu goes on, telling her that he knows that she studied under Dogma the Enchanter himself, but she merely lets him baptize her. She could effortlessly destroy any undead. Jennifer tells him that she doesn't want to save her skin from the brain munchers just to corrupt her soul, and that she breaks a vial. The liquid seeps into the ground and the roots begin to grow, and then before long, a swamp walker stands behind her. The Swamp Walker swings at Dormammu, but his arm just passes through and he says that he is just only a projection. Jennifer says that she can also dispel him from even doing that, so whatever he's selling, she ain't buying. But before fading away, he tells Jennifer, "I will go, but if you desire my aid, just call my name." After escaping the zombie cloud, the sun begins to rise and the group sets up in an abandoned building. Jack mentions that the winds are changing towards the west, going towards the resorts and the innocent villages. And Morbius says, "I know, right? We just need more data." And Jack says, without their immunity to the undead virus, he doesn't know how they'll. But Jennifer stops him, stating, "Immunity? Well, she brought some mud from a swamp in Florida just in case they needed to summon an old friend. So everyone, meet Man-Thing." A little ways off in a small village, the townspeople begin running and screaming as Zombie Pool begins to shout, "Don't be alarmed! We're not going to eat you! That's just an ugly stereotype! We're just life impaired and looking for a place to call our own! We will work!" But before long, the zombie cloud begins to cover the town, and with it, the cloud begins to rain. However, the rain from it is a red rain, one that transforms people into the zombies. Back with the group, everyone heads over to Talon's plantation, and as the doors open, Talon tells Hood to hurry to him so he can call upon protection. However, Hood runs over punching him, telling him to shut up, and Morbius asks, why side with them? Hood then tells him that that guy is just a tool. The monster squid that is Man-Thing seems to actually know what they're doing, so yeah, unlikely team up. Meanwhile, Man-Thing walks through the rain. Even though he isn't fully immune to the virus, he gains his powers from the earth, and the earth is replenishing him quicker than the rain can dissolve him. While Jennifer keeps her eyes open, Morbius then contacts Arbor to report their current status. Charles says that he can see that they have a problem. Their computers are showing that the cloud will spread within an hour to the coast, so unless they can stop it before then, they're going to have to issue an orbital nuclear strike on the entire island. Elsewhere, though, Simon and Zombie Bull head to one of the resorts while Zombie Bull shouts that they're being followed by some giant swamp thing. Help! But before Razorwire can say that he'll save them and stop the monster with extreme prejudice, the rain follows and begins to burn him, Ogre, and Lightning Fist. Man-Thing continues his pursuit of Simon, and the rain begins to remake the three heroes into one large undead creature. The creature blasts away Man-Thing's arm, and just as he goes to regrow it, it then splits him with a lamppost. Man-Thing breaks off the post and begins to fuse back together and then swings at the creature, but before it could attack, the creature grabs the post, holding Man-Thing off the ground. Man-Thing's body begins to dissolve, and Jennifer calls out that they are too late. Man-Thing is dead. She then begins to cry at the loss of the Man-Thing, and then she hears Jack from behind her telling her that the only thing that they should fear is fear itself, so let him show her. Let the hunger show her. Jennifer begins to panic, and throughout it she calls out to him, "Dormammu! Dormammu!" Downstairs, Morbius begins to talk to Damon about their next move regarding the nuclear strike, and that's when he's zapped, and a voice says, she has a better idea. She'll seize control of the mist, so that her Lord Dormammu can lay total domination to this world. Jennifer then begins to call upon the undead night shift to keep Morbius and the rest at bay while she projects herself up into the virus cloud. What she sees, though, is that the virus is now acting as a single collective mind, one that she can control. But there's a second mind here. What formidable genius could possess the willpower to evoke this swirling mass psyche? And then she hears scratching.
Take care of
Among the
Dragonhead.
mist, she
Must these
sees
unlock some
Zombie
more?
Pool, now with a body,
We
stating
will
that it's so
see.
great to actually scratch that phantom limb. Nice bikini, by the way. Jennifer says that it was him who hurt her before. He shall die, as she fires a blast, exploding Zombie Pool's newly formed body. A short while later, Simon picks up Zombie Pool's head and he says, "For a moment, I was a part of something bigger than myself. Like I finally had a home. But even in there, they found me." But looking back at that swamp, whatchamacallit thing that's chasing us, I kind of envy him. From the remains of the Man-Thing, though, a hand begins to
What news, brother? What is it that you carry? Black yew wood log. When boiled in water, the bark of this rare yew, found growing only in the 12's wood, turns black as pitch. This is black yew from the North Shroud, unknown in Corthus. Dixel made of it living blinds and walls. But the yew being slow to grow, why would they bother to cut it down and convey it west? Unless Dixel mean to stay here. This is the beginning of a settlement. While the Ishgardians busy themselves with dragons, the birdmen are stealing this patch of Corthus from right under their noses. I tell you, unless the Holy Sea acts now, the Ixel will rapidly gain a foothold in this area. That means more war. And though that means more work for the likes of me, I have enough as is. The Ixel are moving into Corthus in a lasting way. It's no small task to bring those logs from the 12 woods this far west. They must be using their cursed balloons, those shite birds. Even their supplies have wings. And what comes out of the balloons goes into the grounds of Corthus. We need to hit them now before their settlement gets bigger. The Ishgardians won't give a swill till it's too late. I need my own people. Take this letter to the reprobate named Isiodorel. We fought together in the Quiver once. His levies garrisoned at Fulgord Float. I fight not for Ishgard in this matter, but if they want to consider it a debt, fine by me. It goads me that the Ixel are waltzing into Corthus right under my nose. Should be able to turn these in now, right? Back so soon, with full success, those wikes never knew what struck them, I'll wager. By Halon, it is good to have something go well. Forgive my outburst. It has been a difficult week. Moon, some longer span of time. Like a siege, though none exists, and man cannot live in a constant state of unhappy strain. The success you convey back to me means a great deal. Live to serve. Alright, take a little smoky poo here before I question this merchant.
Form. Simon walks out to the pier and Zombie Pool tells him, "You know, we'll always be chased. I'm starting to think we should just let ourselves get caught. Just end it all now, Simon." Back in the plantation, Jennifer begins to attack Damon, and he tells her that she's not Jennifer, and a voice tells him, "Of course not. It's Patsy, your wife." Patsy leans in telling him, how about they just forget about this Dormammu nonsense? And he pushes her back and Jennifer begins laughing, calling him a weakling. Damon grabs a hold of Jennifer, telling her that she doesn't have to run. They are the Midnight Suns. They bring the light to darkness. Slowly, Damon's arm begins to burn, and then Dormammu begins to scream no as Jennifer begins to reject him from inside herself. While Morbius continues to struggle with Jack, he calls out to Jennifer, stating that he studied Jack before they left. His biochemistry changes under a full moon. Jack Russell might be infected. And as Morbius throws him away, Jennifer says, "But not the werewolf!" And she casts a spell, shining moonlight, and Jack changes. Once Morbius helps Jennifer back up, she says that they need to transform the hive mind into something. And Morbius grabs Talon, telling him that they need his voodoo. Together, Jennifer and Talon begin to channel the hive mind, and Talon Talon says, who are they going to use to contain the virus mind? They destroyed all of his zombies. And then everyone hears a creak and sees Simon. And Jennifer shouts, he will do. The channeled hive mind then begins to enter Simon, and once it's done, Hood says they really did him and the night shift a solid, saving their bacon. So we won't have to whack the whole lot of them. Next time though, not so much. Everyone looks at Simon, stating that they need a new place to contain Mr. Garth, with him being the sole carrier now. And his only friend Zombie Pool is dead. Elsewhere though, out at sea, Zombie Pool is on a boat singing, "Thank you, Simon, you're the best friend a head has ever had."
Nothing? They don't like cats.
The head of
for their
Deadpool,
emotes,
known as Headpool, was set off to sea to find other adventures. This is the story of that head. But before we can talk about the head, we need to start with Deadpool himself, the proper Deadpool in this older storyline. Keep that in mind, this is an older storyline and probably not in continuity anymore. For Deadpool, it was just another day in the mercenary world, as he is shot down to Earth in a small space pod. He was selected for this job because it's special. It's, you know, he gets to crash land into Earth.
That's a nice way
Only
to
he
say
can
it.
survive that. Through its wreckage, Deadpool pulls his burnt self out and he hears a voice telling him that he looks like hell. And as Deadpool looks up, he sees the voice of Kazar, who watches over the Savage Land. So Deadpool might want to explain what's going on. Deadpool tells him, well, it all started 6 hours ago at an AIM space station. A few weeks ago, Hydra sent a bioweapons team to the Savage Land in an attempt to find a new natural toxin that they could weaponize. In that group was an AIM operative who reported back to Hydra that they had made a significant find. So much so that AIM then sent in a heavily armed retrieval team. So just as soon as Deadpool meets with his contact to get the package from them,
Yo, Bravo, how you do, buddy?
As Deadpool begins to get dressed, Kazar looks at him
What's
and tells
going
him
on
to
with you
follow
today?
him. There's something that he would like to show him. After traveling for a little bit, Deadpool stops and says, "By Odin's beard, that's a statue of me." Kazar says that he needs to look into this Hydra thing, so go ahead and take care of yourself. But as Kazar leaves, Deadpool begins to wonder why these cavemen possibly think that he's a god. Maybe they'll treat him like royalty if he walks down there. However, as Deadpool tries to think about what to do next, a hand reaches out and he quickly turns around, punching the person. And one of the voices in Deadpool's head says that they may have just punched a girl. And Deadpool catches her, stating that he's so sorry. You can't sneak up on a guy with mad ninja skills. After rescuing the woman, Deadpool asks her who she is anyway. She tells him that her name is Dr. Betty Swanson, his AIM contact. She was supposed to have the package ready, but the headhunters have been very active lately. First, they're going to need to head to her observation blind to prepare for how they're going to get the package. So she'll leave the planning to the hotshot mercenary named Deadpool. Deadpool thinks about it for a moment, and then he says that he's got the perfect plan. She'll be so impressed with his cleverness, but it's a complex plan, and she'll need to listen to every detail. And 1 minute later, Deadpool jumps into the middle of the headhunters, guns blazing, killing them, stating, "That was pretty good, so long as they don't have a bunch of cavemen reinforcements," which 1 minute later show up and capture the two of them. They begin dragging Deadpool and Betty into their cave, and the headhunters leave Deadpool into a room, and as he looks up, he shouts, "That's impossible!" And the head of Zombie Pool shouts, "Hiya, handsome! Thanks for bringing me a fresh new body." A short while later, Deadpool and Betty are tied up and suspended over a lava pit, and Deadpool asks what the steaming crap is going on. Zombie Pool says that he was content ruling his minions as the head man. But then he was thinking how great his head would look on his body, which Grog here has volunteered to help with the delicate surgery. But he will at least do the James Bond villain thing and tell him a story before they get on with it. Originally, Zombie Pool came from a parallel universe where a zombie virus had ravaged their world. So after stumbling into a mystical gate, he found himself in this world. And then due to some traveling complications, he lost his body. So him and his friend Simon became friends, and soon Simon helped stage his own death by sending him out to sea, which led him to being found by the headhunters, who saw him as a god or something. Who would have thought? But anyways, it's time to make room on that body for him, so Grog will just give him a little shave just above the shoulders. Grog raises his axe and he begins to slam it down, but at the last moment, Deadpool pulls himself to the side, causing the axe to hit his arm.
Man, that's gonna be a long grind.
Don't let him get his! But it's
they made that battle pass to last.
Deadpool begins beating everyone with his own severed arm. After throwing the arm and grabbing a hold of a gun, Deadpool frees Betty, but before he can kill any more of the
not gonna get a new one for like at least 2 months,
and Deadpool tells him, "Hey, I was shooting people with that." Deadpool quickly grabs one of his katanas, and with a dramatic slice, he stops and counts down from 3.
I've yet to see it in game yet, the
Grog's head
Lambo.
pops off, and Zombie Pool says, "Well, see? My plan worked out perfectly. Now these guys are dead, and you can take me out of here. Good job,
What is this
buddy."
art style?
Deadpool grabs
so
Zombie
bad.
Pole and gets ready to throw him into the lava pit,
I
but
rarely
Betty stops
say
him, telling
that.
him to wait. The head is the
Like,
whole
look at
reason AIM
Deadpool.
sent him
Why
here.
is he?
And
Like,
Zombie
I
Pole
get he's
says,
supposed to be muscly,
"See,
but he
I'm
looks like he's got some
special."
kind of
Just head
fucking
deeper into the cave to
allergic
escape. What
reaction
they find
going
is
on.
an escape route.
It's too
Though
lumpy.
it's a giant waterfall, but before Betty can figure out what's going on, Deadpool grabs her and he jumps down it. Once the two of them wash up along the
like
shore,
them
Betty
lumps.
suggests that since it's getting dark, they set up camp, and in the morning she's going to sneak into the Hydra camp to have AIM pick them up. A short while later, after the campfire is set up, and Zombie Pole asks him, "Is there some grub to eat?" And Deadpool asks him, "Where would it go?" Zombie Pole says, "Hey, I'm a zombie. I just like to chew on things." So Deadpool gives him a bite to eat. The next morning, the three wake up and head out, and Betty says that they need to be careful. There's some trouble ahead. Deadpool sticks Zombie Pole onto a stick to keep watch, and once the coast is clear, they continue onwards. But Betty says that they need to be careful. Normally, when the large predators leave, the little ones come next. Deadpool looks around and decides that he doesn't see any, and that's when a raptor jumps out of the bushes, pulling him in. Betty says, "Oh God, she's going to die." And
Dinosaurs
Deadpool
are
tells
never
her,
not
"I'll
gonna be
save
cool.
you," when he stabs the raptor in
gonna
the
say.
mouth and begins to ride him. The raptor flails trying to throw Deadpool off, but after the raptor falls landing on him, Betty asks if he's okay. Deadpool says he's good, and a voice tells him,
All right,
"What a
on.
relief. I would hate to think they came all this way to find a corpse." The
Yeah,
two
I'll
look
check
up
that
at a
out.
Hydra agent, and after a quick thought, Betty says, "Thank God,
I
this
only
guy's
got
a
myself
kidnapper."
the two
The Hydra
vehicle
agent
skins
says,
right now.
"Nice try, but we're
Whatever
gonna
was
deal
that?
with you later.
New
First,
jeans.
we need to tase Deadpool." And after looking at him, the captain says, "This is the wrong guy."
I
They're
hate
looking
that
for
I-
guys to
by the
decapitate
way,
him,
I
except
completely fucking
zombie-ish.
resent that I know a
Kazar watches
single
from afar,
North
saying that he just
Korean
knew
cop
the little
band's
guy was
name.
gonna cause trouble.
I
After a few
resent
more hits
that.
from the
I
taser,
went through
Deadpool manages to kick the
500
commander
years
away
of
by
my
hitting him
life
with the
not having to
groin, and
know
with his high-pitched voice, he tells
any
everyone,
single
"Get
goddamn
help!"
pot
As the
name's
Hydra
name.
agents start
Yeah.
to pile on Deadpool, he shouts, "It's clobbering time!" And a voice in his head tells him that they really need to develop their own catchphrase. Deadpool begins to
Resent
fight
that I
off the
even know
group, and the
it.
commander tells everyone to forget the taser, just shoot him!
Resent it.
Suddenly, the soldiers open fire as Betty watches, and as Deadpool's body falls to the ground, the commander looks back at Betty and tells her that he wants the bioweapon. He wants it now. But as the two of them talk, a little voice calls out to him, and the commander looks down to see Zombie Pole telling him, "Hey, you should feed me." Elsewhere in the jungle, Kazar runs out of the brush with his tiger Zabu, thinking that it should attract the help that they need, and that's when a T-Rex starts charging towards them. Back at the Hydra agents, one of the soldiers states that they have an incoming emergency pointing
Now, let's
at
say you're
Kazar.
lucky to
The
get
commander
it,
says the
a
guy in the
Lambo.
loincloth is
What
hardly
color
an
do you wanna
emergency, but the
go
soldier
with?
says not that.
So I think that
He's talking
gold
about the
looks,
T-Rex following
yellow,
him. The T-Rex
shiny
charges start
yellow,
chomping down on the soldiers
whatever.
just as the
I like the
headhunters
gold
begin their
yellow.
attack to reclaim Zombie Pool. The commander begins issuing orders to each squad, and Zombie Pool asks, "Did you ever think in a million years you'd be issuing orders like engage the dinosaur?" As the battle between the Hydra, the T-Rex, and now the headhunters begin, Betty tells Deadpool to please get up in a slightly mean tone, followed by a lot of explicitives. Deadpool asks why. Did I miss something? And Betty points to the battle, stating, "Yeah,
Although
you're
I'm
missing
pretty into
everything." The
red,
headhunters
too,
begin piling onto Deadpool, and he notices the commander fighting
Oh,
off
character
everything
time. Well, actually, let me
while
finish
still
my
holding
smoke.
onto Zombie Pool.
Be a
A headhunter
character.
then tackles him, causing
Yeah,
him
what
to
color
throw
do you
the
want?
head. And Deadpool tries to
they got a
grab
lot
it,
of
but
cool,
instead
color
it lands on the
combinations you can
shaman
do.
stick, and Zombie Pool shouts, "Hooray! I'm a deity again!" That is until he gets eaten by the T-Rex. Deadpool breaks free from the headhunters,
Dude,
and he finds
the
one
all
of the
black
Hydra
with
Gatling
the
guns
red
just as Zombie
interior
Pool's
that they
head
have that you can
falls
slap
back
in
into
there.
his hands.
That
Deadpool
would be-
asks, "Are you ready, Butch?"
that would
And
be
Zombie Pool says,
that'd be a
"Ready,
good day
Sundance?
right
Let's
there."
ride!" Deadpool begins creating a path through the crowds, and just as him and
Alright, this guy looks like a... He's a big guy, but he's a merchant. So I'm gonna make him kind of like burly fancy. Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning... Oh, not here to buy? Then might I suggest you browse quietly? I'm quite busy. Oh yeah, I gotta doubt him. / doubt. From Edwin and Corthus? Oh dear, my friend, may I call you that? Oh, well then, Rex, there's a problem with the ceruleum, and if you think Edwin is vexed, you have no idea how difficult this is for me. Oh, I get the feeling he's full of Dukaki. Look at those. Like my new pants. Jesus Christ. Yeah, time to glamour those. I believe I was going with this. Caught between a rock and a tight place, a middleman will always produce a pot of grease. Find what Signat has in mind. Angry about the Solarium order being late, is he? Pardon me, Rax. I understand his situation, I really do, and I would ship the stuff to him if I had any. The fact is, it's been a mighty struggle for many moons to procure processed ceruleum from Imaj and Sons. And now they've entirely ceased doing business with most vendors. It accentuates it, you know. Shows the ladies like I'm open for business. It's a hard life being the middleman, my dear man. We pay for the sins of producers like Imagina, and what do we get from them in return? Not so much as how do you do. Edwin's quarrel is with them, not me. Do you not know? The concern has exclusive right to mine ceruleum in North Fenelon. They can do whatever they want. You can always try them directly. Go talk to Papa Wazoo at Camp Blue Frog, though I warn you, he's a smug little toad. Right, I literally have to go through customer support in this quest. That's hilarious. I don't care who you are. I have to go talk to customer support. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I wonder if they ever got back to my support ticket. Let's see. There. I guess I could tell if they fixed it or not. I guess they didn't fix it. Get a dragon. Here's my little dragon friend. Alright. And who are you? Adventurer? No, I don't remember ordering any. And I would remember ordering something like that, seeing as I'm the employee of the moon for the 9th time. Thank you. Thank you. Shush now. I'm listening to the scruffy man. An inquiry about the processed solarium shipment from Signat and Ulda. Interesting. When ceruleum is thin on the ground, plots grow thick. None other than Papa Wazoo, the 9th time employee of the moon, wishes to consort with you. So, we may have a shared problem here, as unlikely as that sounds. We would love to ship ceruleum, but there's far too little of it coming out of the plant. I suspect thievery. A little skimming off the top, Furthermore, I suspect the porters. I was just going to keep an eye. Wouldn't you want to trouble... I was just going to keep an eye. Wouldn't want to trouble the labor confederacies, you know. But you are welcome to doubt and question them. And I use one problem to solve another. Brilliant. Alright, let's go solve the world's problems. Smash the yellow captain. I mean, I guess in this world it would be legal. They're probably older than us. sure that's not an accident, knowing Japan. Spirited Porter. He sits on my shoulder. I didn't know that. It's too bad his head clips through my hat. Bless me, not thou. Let there be no creature features today. Your name be praised. I don't get paid enough for this. Oh, I gotta doubt him. Doubt. Doubt you. Stealing ceruleum? One, I had to punch you in the face for impugning my reputation. Two, you think I'd still be here with my arse out in the wind if I made it off with that kind of loot? We're doing honest work out here with all manners of nasties just yelms away. You doubt my words, go check the ceruleum in those barrels. Ain't nothing missing from what's in the books. Yeah, I wouldn't blame him for feeling offended. Ceruleum goblin. Not to be confused with a goblin. It's different. Are they all gonna be like this? One more. Goblins? Drinking ceruleum? Now I've seen everything. Well, I guess I don't need to get me a champion from the Confraternity. That's a relief. But we'll have to make an extra trip to the plant to make up for what those cursed toppers put down the hatch. So they had a bug problem. So on top of having to contact customer service, I had to be an exterminator. Interesting. Goblins. No, I definitely didn't order any. We do sometimes, though, for business reason. Everybody does it. Shush, you can stop talking now. So, I'll have to hire guards for the whole area. Oh, and an idea. Raise the price and call it a special security surcharge. Dick. Papa Wazoo would offer you another commission and a chance to admire him if the mood strikes you. Anyway, the Cerulean must blow. No more delays in shipping. Another brilliant coup by Papa Wazoo. Oh, and is that a feather for my cap? Why, thank you very much. So, you can tell that Signot that his shipment will be there in just a few days. Unfortunately, there will be a wee increase in price. Security surcharge. You know, everybody does it. Dick. It's a little too high level for now. Just a wee too bit. Oh wait, I could take this, right? Can I, please? Of course. Whatever, I'll take a Chocobo. I don't want a reason to listen to some more
When
banging.
the rest get out, Kazar tells him to go ahead. He'll lead the forces away. And Deadpool tells him, thanks, you're pretty okay for a guy with a limited wardrobe. As the three of them make their way through the jungle, Betty's watch begins to beep, and she tells them that it's just a GPS from AIM in case they ever get lost. Zombiepool says, that's nice, but can we get some food, please? I haven't eaten anything since I took a bite out of that T-Rex. Meanwhile, back at the AIM space station with no contact.
He's talking about food and it's making me hungry. I'll be back in a minute. Alright, I'm back. May have gotten a little carried away with my snack here. Ended up making like a whole fruit and cheese plate here.
Contact from Betty telling them what's going on. They assume the worst and they decide that they're going to vaporize everything within a square mile of her GPS locator. Back on Earth, the now zombie T-Rex chases after everyone, and Betty climbs up a tree telling Deadpool to hurry, they need to get higher up. Deadpool starts to climb up, but as Betty reaches for him, the T-Rex snags a hold of one of Deadpool's straps, and all he can do is grab her watch. The T-Rex tosses Deadpool into a tree, and Betty asks if they should help him, but Zombie Pool says, nah, he's pretty durable. Let's say we get some flapjacks. Up in the space station, their crew begins to charge and fire their lasers while Deadpool tries to escape the charging T-Rex. But after getting out into a clearing, the watch begins to beep again, and Deadpool stops asking what it could mean. Maybe it's an alarm. Maybe she needs to take a pill. What if she needs to take her birth control? And then a shadow looms over, the shadows of a foot, and it stomps down on him. The light begins to shine in the sky, and Deadpool asks what that could be, and the entire area explodes. Betty watches the explosion go off, but Zombie Pool says, don't worry, he'll be along sooner or later. She tries to respond with, nothing can live through oh my god, and from the fire, Deadpool says, he's parched. Anybody for a fresca? After regrouping, the three go back out and stumble upon a Hydra aircraft. Deadpool sees one of the guards step out eating a sandwich and asks if there's cheese on that, and then he punches him taking the sandwich. Once Betty gets on board, she begins to hit liftoff, and Deadpool says that he's really gonna miss the Savage Land. Maybe he should build a summer home here, a little cottage near that volcano. But as the team takes off, the Hydra commander looks up seeing Deadpool and he says he really needs to find a way to kill that guy. He then pulls out his communicator to radio down another ship to pick them up. He also tells the captain of the battle frigate to move into attack positions. After taking a much-needed shower, Betty radios the AIM space station to let them know that they're on their way with the package. Just make sure not to shoot them since they're in a Hydra spacecraft. Once the ship boards, the sub-commander Blake tells Deadpool excellent work. He's worth every penny that they're paying him. And Deadpool asks if he can pay him in cash. Just like the giant white bags with the green money signs on them, please. Blake tells Betty to go ahead and bring the head into the lab to contain it, and in the meantime, Deadpool can go to the room that they set aside for him to freshen up. After changing and getting a new set of clothes, one of Deadpool's voices asks how long they're going to avoid talking about this. They know what will happen if the virus gets loose on Earth. Everyone is going to die. And Deadpool says, surely not everyone. Not the iCarly kids, Adam West, Paula Abdul. But the voice responds telling him, what part of everyone don't you understand? Deadpool begins to shout, oh god, we gotta get the head back. And another voice says, now we only need a random occurrence to provide a convenient distraction. Suddenly, the Hydra frigate opens fire on the AIM space station. While the two forces begin battling, Deadpool makes his way over to the lab, breaking out Zombie Pool, and Zombie Pool asks him, oh, did you miss me already? The explosions begin to go off, and Zombie Pool asks to bring him up to speed. He explains that Hydra is attacking, and they're going to escape on a spaceship, but first they gotta get Dr. Betty. And Zombie Pool says, forget her! I think she wore a lot of flannel, if you get what I'm saying. Deadpool tells him, in no way do I understand what you're talking about. As the space station begins to explode, everyone begins to head towards the evacuation ships, and Deadpool sees everyone else has the same idea, get to the evacuation ships. The lasers begin firing, and Deadpool grabs a hold of Betty so that the two can escape together, and once aboard the evac ship, Deadpool tells the pilot to take them to Florida. And if he sees a Taco Bell along the way, wait, Bob? Deadpool lifts the pilot's helmet and he tells him, no, his name is... But Deadpool stops him stating, Bob, I thought you were back on Earth with Hydra and dead and in a different book.
Sold a lot of
Man
fish
says that his name
yesterday.
is Bill, agent of AIM, and Betty shouts, can they just get the hell out of here now? The other pilot begins to take off and Deadpool says, it's just like Han Solo told Chewbacca, fly casual. The pilot then says, actually, he likes the three newer films better. Hayden Christensen is an amazing actor. Deadpool looks at him and then shoots him in the head, and he tells Bill, say Jar Jar Binks is an abomination. Say it! Just as the ship takes off, the Hydra frigate receives an incoming call from Deadpool asking if they wanted to discuss the terms of his surrender. Betty slaps him, stating that they should just give them whatever they want before they kill them. And Deadpool says that his colleague suggested that they work out a deal so that they don't get torpedoed into oblivion. You guys still want the head, right? Well, I'll jettison it out the airlock and you just give me some time to escape and we all get what we want. Everyone wins! The commander says that he agrees, but if Deadpool double crosses him, so Deadpool releases the package out the airlock and Hydra secures it, allowing Deadpool's ship to leave. But just as the commander opens up the box, he sees that it's not Zombie Pool, it's a bomb. And after the bomb explodes, Deadpool tells Bill to just go ahead and take them to Florida. Warp Factor 5! And Bill says that this ship doesn't, but Deadpool tells him he said warp factor 5. Yes, sir, Bill says. A short while later, back on Earth, Bill flies the aircraft, nearly knocking over some locals in a fishing boat. The locals paddle back to the shore, and Deadpool steps out, stating, "Hey, rednecks, have any of you guys seen a dimensional gateway around here?" And Zombie Pole says, I wouldn't mind some lunch. Could you guys spare a foot? Maybe just a toe?" The locals begin running away, and Deadpool says, "You're really a people person, Zombie Pole." And Zombie Pole tells him, "It's a gift, my man, a gift." Bill begins surveying for the portal since Zombie Pole doesn't know exactly where it's at. The portal that'll get him back to his zombie world. And as they travel through the muck, something behind them begins to rise. Zombie Pole mentions that he remembers this swamp. Him and Simon had a hell of a time in the Caribbean. They made a lot of friends and observed some interesting wildlife. Just then, Man-Thing jumps out of the waters to attack, and Betty and Bill open fire while Deadpool just sits in the water. Zombie Pole says that thing is slow moving. If they haul ass, they can leave him in the dust. But as they turn to run, Deadpool says that it sounds like he tangled with Shaggy McGardenhoe's face before. Zombie Pole tells him, "I have no idea what you're talking about, and I will ignore any further questions regarding this thing." But as they begin to escape Man-Thing, they find themselves surrounded by Hydra agents. The captain says that there's been a slight change of plans for them. They're going to take the head, and him and Mr. Wilson will draw blades. Deadpool says, "I'm always up for that, but who are you exactly?" "Who am I?" says the man. "I'm Lord Baron von Tito Habsburg Rothschild Falcon the 7th. Falcon pulls out his sword, telling Deadpool that he will carve him into so many pieces that his healing factor won't even be able to bring him back. But just before he attacks, the Man-Thing grabs the two guards. Falcon looks back and says that he may be at a disadvantage now. Nevertheless, he will still be more than a match for Deadpool. Deadpool says that he accepts the challenge, holding out Zombie Pole's head. And just as Deadpool begins to pull out his sword, Falcon begins to swing. As the two swords meet, Deadpool says, "Turn your head and cough, Falcon." And he asks, "What nonsense is he talking about?" Oh. Falcon falls to his knees, holding his groin, stating, "Not cool." But just as he goes to finish his sentence, Deadpool swings once more, lopping off Falcon's head. Once the head lands, Zombie Pole says that it's time for lunch, and Betty mentions that whenever Deadpool is around, body parts seem to become airborne, to which Deadpool tells her that he hadn't noticed. Bill tells everyone that they are close, and soon a purple light begins to shine. Deadpool asks if it's the super hyper-dimensional taxi stand that he remembers, and Zombie Pole tells him, "Oh yeah, come to Papa." Deadpool steps into the portal with a comment of, "One small step for Deadpool, one giant leap," but Zombie Pole stops and tells him, "Would you just get the hell on with it already?" And after jumping through it, Deadpool and Headpool found that their journey wasn't as simple as just going back through the portal. When the two popped out, they find themselves in Canada, with Major Wilson of the Canadian branch of S.H.I.E.L.D. running things. So after a quick battle with his rather gorgeous self, the two jumped back in the portal and ended up in another world, also not overrun with zombies. This time though, instead of finding Deadpool, they find Lady Deadpool, who was in the middle of fighting Captain America. Deadpool decided that he didn't want to pass up on the chance to get some, and fantasizes that he had helped Lady Deadpool and the two of them are kissing. But both quickly realized that this was a terrible idea, and he jumped back in the portal. Next they found themselves in the Wild West with Deadpool the Kid. Kidpool. Except Deadpool stopped caring about all of this and killed him, and then went right back into the portal. To everyone's surprise, they wound up in the original universe with Betty and Bill. Betty tells him that she thought he was getting rid of that zombie head. They were gone for like 10 seconds. And Deadpool asks, "How is that even possible? Do you even know what we just went through?" And a voice tells them, "Perhaps I can answer that. After all, I am Sorcerer Supreme, Dr. Voodoo." Voodoo explains that because the two of them have been jumping from universe to universe, they have been creating a disturbance in the portal's cosmic awareness. So he will realign the gateway so that they now may complete their mission. But be warned, the portal will only stay open for so long. Deadpool tells Voodoo that if he's going to be Sorcerer Supreme, he should grow out a mustache. Doctor Strange had a great mustache. Once the two of them leave, Betty notices Man-Thing standing behind them and decides, you know what? Screw the swamp. And her and Bill jump through the portal. Everyone looks around at the destroyed city, and Headpool tells everyone, yeah, zombies aren't real good at keeping the house clean, because as it turns out, they have now returned to the original Marvel Zombies universe. As they begin to head off to their objective, something else walks through the portal. Sub-Commander Blake and other AIM agents begin to walk out, and he tells everyone that they don't have much time as the portal closes. After a bit of traveling, the four decide that they're gonna hide out for a bit, and Betty asks what they're going to do about getting back home. And Headpool tells them, well, since the flow of time is all messed up from me and Deadpool jumping around, we might just need to find out when we arrived. That way, we can go find my past self and jump into the portal before Zombie Morbius and past Zombie Pool jump in. Then everyone hears somebody say that they have a better plan.
Jesus
Just then,
Christ.
Fabian
This story doesn't seem to have a
bursts through the
direction
wall in a
either.
giant mech suit, stating, "First, I will snap
Just
your
like
spines.
wacky
Then
thing
I will
after
feed
wacky
on you."
thing happens.
Fabian rushes forward, knocking Deadpool away, but suddenly everyone hears a missile being fired, and then Fabian's suit explodes. Everyone looks
Deadpool
back
is
to
one of
see a
my
group of
favorite
humans and a
characters,
woman
but
telling them that they
this is not
looked like
my
they could
favorite
use a
kind of
hand.
Deadpool
Or
story.
maybe they could just be handy. She introduces herself as Professor Veronica Chase, and Betty shakes her hand, telling her, "Good to meet them." As Deadpool and Headpool look at the two girls, two words come to mind: mud and wrestle. Veronica leads the group back to her underground hideout and tells them that when they saw them coming, a few of them threw this place together. There's food, weapons, beer, and even a PlayStation 3. Deadpool announces that as the team of Team Deadpool, they will rest you for
Even
a
a
day or two,
PlayStation
or a
3,
week, or maybe a
wow.
month, or until they can arrange to accidentally see Professor Veronica naked.
Definitely doesn't
After a
date
few
that.
days and a lot of Hot Pockets, Deadpool decides that he's gonna go see how Betty and Veronica are getting along in Veronica's lab. Deadpool offers to help if they need it, or maybe he can nuke some Hot Pockets for them, but Veronica mentions that there is actually something he could help them with. They are currently very close to coming up with a serum to stop the virus, and with his unique set of skills, they could use him to capture a zombie. If he does, they might be able to work out some kind of a reward. Without much of a thought, Deadpool quickly agrees, but for this plan to work, he's going to need a sewing machine. A little while later, out in the waste, Deadpool walks up to a group of zombies with Headpool sewed to the top of his head. The zombies ask what's wrong with his body, and Headpool tells them that he had to put himself back together after a big Galactus battle. But never mind that. Has anyone
After a
seen
big
some
Galactus
humans?
battle.
I'm starving here. Everyone tells him that if there were some, they would have already been eaten. So no, there's none around. Before leaving, though, he whispers to the zombie Cypher that if he's really hungry, just follow him for a few minutes. But anyway, catch everyone later. 3 minutes later, Cypher asks what this is all about, and Headpool tells him, "Flesh, my boy, just follow me." Once Headpool leads him away from the buildings, Veronica's crew springs the trap, capturing Cypher, and they bring him back into their base. Veronica says thanks for getting a non-combat specimen like this. He's utterly weak and helpless. And Cypher shouts, "I'm right here." But outside with the other zombies, they hear a voice asking them what's up. The past Deadpool, the one that was already here before they traveled to the portal coming to this period of time, tells them, "You know, I shouldn't have to tell you this, but if you can't trust a random bunch of zombies, who can you trust?" He wanted to tell them that their human flesh-eating needs are about to be solved thanks to yours truly. 2 words, dimensional gateway, and that's all he could say about that. Anyways, he's got a man to see about a horse. Seriously, we're gonna go eat a horse. Back in the hideout, Deadpool freshens up with some Axe body spray, and he gets swag for his date. Once he's ready, he heads over to Veronica's room, telling himself to remember, just think about baseball. Think about George Will thinking about baseball. Much later, Deadpool stops to smell the flowers, and Bill tells him that they need to talk. Now that they've returned the head to this dimension and helped these people, it's time for them to go home. First, Deadpool tells him no way, there's flapjacks here every morning, and all the fresca he can drink, along with the hottest piece of tail on the planet. Literally, he isn't going anywhere. But a little while later, during his bubble bath, the voices inside Deadpool's head tells him, "You know, Bill is right. Betty and Bill do need to go home." Finally, he agrees with the voices and tells them, "Stupid naggy voices," and he goes to tell Veronica goodbye. He tells her that they must go. His work here is done and he has other responsibilities, and Veronica tells him, no problem. She will have a team ready in the morning to escort him. Deadpool goes on stating, "Please, no tears or long goodbyes." Wait, what? And Veronica says that she said no problem. What they did was just business. Betty laughs, stating that she will go back to her things. Stud. The next morning, Veronica tells everyone good luck as she sees them off. But before they can get far, Crusher and the other zombies tell them that they knew that if they waited here, something would crawl out. Put your bibs on, it's showtime. From behind the group, Blake with the AIM agents tells them that they finally got the drop on them and they're here to take that head back. Deadpool looks at him pointing ahead and Blake looks up stating, "Oh," as he sees the other zombies there. The AIM agents open fire and the zombies begin chasing after them, leaving Absorbing Man with Deadpool and the rest of them. Headpool tells him to lay off, but he tells him no thanks. He'll start with the little girl right away. Veronica pulls out a rocket launcher and fires a rocket, launching Absorbing Man away. However, Absorbing Man gets up from the blast and Deadpool asks if he can borrow that. He wants to make a specific rhetorical point. As Absorbing Man makes his way back to the group, he tells Deadpool, "You're gonna use that again? It won't even knock me off my feet now." And Deadpool tells him, "Shh, I'm aiming." And then he fires, missing him. Absorbing Man starts to laugh at him. And the rocket hits the wall behind him, and Deadpool begins to run as the building begins to fall on them. Through the rubble, Deadpool crawls out, thinking that he needs a really good quip ready. Maybe something about shifting the real estate market. And then he shouts, "I killed the building!" And the voice tells him he nailed it. As Veronica and her team leave, Bill with the AIM troops says that he felt a lot safer around those guys. And Deadpool says that they
Alright,
told him that they...
enough snack time. Properly fueled for, acting! Welcome, welcome. What might a discerning... Oh, it's you. Rex, talk to Papa Wazoo. Really? He said a matter of days. So, my dear man, you're telling me they're shipping what's owed to me, but charging more for it. I wish Imagina and all his sons the joy of my guild. I hope it gives them gout. I do appreciate you sorting this out, and with that Papa Wazoo, no less. A discerning middleman such as myself will certainly remember you for future commissions. I suppose I may as well. I'm the right level for it. A middleman is the pepper of commerce. Useless, alone, excellent in moderation, pernicious in excess. Whichever one Sigmund happens to be, he has tasks that may interest you. That's actually a pretty good description of middlemen. Thanks to you, I'll be able to make my ceruleum shipment to Korthos. That's a load off my mind. A middleman has naught but his name, you know. Headed back to Camp Dragonhead, I assume. Tell Edwin to start laying out his vats, for that's how soon he'll have his ceruleum. He won't take my word for it, though, since Papa Wazoo's made a liar of me by tarrying while... He won't take my word for it, though, since Papa Wazoo's made a liar of me by tarrying while goblins drank my shipment. Take this to Edwin as a token of my apology, and don't you sample any. Yeah, let's see if I can finish this guy. Still... whatever. Just see what happens. I could hit level 41 on my way there.
They never really liked him anyway. Bill just sighs. Once the four of them reach the hangar, Deadpool tells everyone that there's their ride, no need to thank him. But cash and foot rubs will do. Bill says that he's never flown one of these before, and Deadpool tells him it's perfectly good for transportation. Now, man your blimp. However, not long into their flight, Betty tells everyone that they may have some company. Looking back, Betty sees Iceman and Firebird flying in, and Iceman begins to cover the blimp in ice. The weight of the ice begins to send the blimp crashing into a nearby building, and Deadpool tells everyone, I will handle this, and he jumps out after Firebird. Through one of her blasts, Deadpool jumps again, telling her that her order for medium rare Deadpool coming right at ya. But for him, he'll have a shish kebab, and he stabs her with both of his swords. The two of them go crashing to the ground below, and looking down at her, Deadpool tells her that she's kinda still got his sword in her. He's gonna need that back, along with her head. Back up in the building, Betty and Bill try to fight off Iceman, but he tells them that he was the next man. Do you really think guns are gonna stop him? Ice starts forming around Betty, and he grabs a hold of her, stating that he doesn't mind having to work a little for it. It'll make the taste all that much sweeter. Meanwhile, back at Veronica's hideout, her and the team start to rescue the others that were trapped in the hideout as the building that Deadpool shot fell on them. Back on the ground, people begin to hear another rumble, and through the debris, Absorbing Man breaks out, grabbing one person, telling them, Daddy is home! Back over the building, just before Iceman is about to bite into Betty, he hears the elevator doors ding, and then a light shines from them. Suddenly, Deadpool rides out on a motorcycle, and he jumps off of it, sending it right into Iceman. As the bike begins to fall, it pins Iceman on a beam, breaking his spine, and he shouts, I can't feel my legs! 20 minutes later, after thawing out Bill, Deadpool tells everyone that before they can go killing anyone else, they're gonna need some new clothes. Iceman asks if anyone can help him. Please? Mommy? 30 minutes after that, Deadpool and the rest of them find a clothing store with 70s and 80s clothing, which everyone suits up in except for Headpool because he's just a head. You really can't get clothes on that. Now that they have their fancy new digs, Deadpool tells everyone that it's time for a new blimp. Just let him call Veronica for help. Veronica tells him sure she can help, but she won't be there for a bit. And by the time dinner comes, she'll be ready for a bite because now they're all zombies. Everyone begins to climb the stairs up, and Betty notices that Deadpool has a roll of toilet paper, and he just tells her they never know when they're gonna need two-ply. But not long after the climb, Betty sees the figure of Veronica, and that's what she says.
I just needed one more level.
Deadpool sees Veronica just as he remembers, pretty wanting to kiss him. However, before that kiss can happen, Betty runs in, elbowing her to the ground. Deadpool says, all right, just shoot her this way so I can cut her head off. And then Absorbing Man smacks Deadpool down. Bill starts shooting him in the legs, but then he forgot to change into something that can absorb the hits. So he reaches out for some rebar sticking up from the walls. Deadpool comes up with a great idea before Absorbing Man can touch the metal, and he throws the roll of toilet paper at him, causing him to absorb that. He then jumps on him, slicing through the top of Absorbing Man's toilet paper head, stating something that even Marvel decided to remove. And the voices state that they can't believe he actually went there. Next, Deadpool backs Veronica to the edge of the building, and she tells him to wait, let her free, and they can have the serum that she perfected. Only problem is that it must be taken before a person reaches a certain stage, which she herself has already passed. She tells them okay, no shooting, decapitation, tossing off the building. Promise? And Deadpool says he promises. But looking back at Betty, he says, well, she doesn't promise. Deadpool holds onto the serum as Veronica falls off the building, and Betty tells everyone that was a surprisingly satisfying experience. Once that is taken care of, everyone heads to the roof and tells everyone to look, the helicopter is invisible. Actually, that's a joke. We have no helicopter. Above them, they begin to hear the thwip of a helicopter, and they see Blake and Ashcroft already flying in. Blake tells them that they need each other. They need a ride, and he needs the head. So how about a bargain? Due to the helicopter having a limited fuel tank, the group has decided to make stops along the way, and during one of those stops, Betty and Bill raid the vending machines for everyone so that they can eat. When they return, Betty says that before he can ask, no, there was no Fresca, Deadpool. And while everyone eats, Blake notices Headpool's been left alone. Blake calls for Bill to come over and knocks him out, and then he tells Deadpool that there's a horde of zombies coming, they have to go get them. Deadpool tells him to get the chopper ready, but as he and Betty run in to stop these zombies, they realize that there aren't any zombies. And then Blake and the helicopter starts laughing at them. Blake tells Headpool that he better not cause him any problems, and as he points his finger at Headpool, he bites down, taking off the finger. Headpool tells him that the virus is going through his bloodstream, so if he wants to live, he's going to have to deal with him. So without delay, Blake turns around and begins to beg Deadpool to give him the serum. Deadpool tells him, fine, but you have to promise to be my slave forever and bring me breakfast in bed every morning. Blake tells him, of course, thank you, and he begins drinking the serum. But after he burps, he says that's not very tasty, the flavor is disturbingly familiar. And everyone loads back up in the helicopter, and Deadpool shouts, full speed ahead, Mr. Bill! As they take off, Blake begins to feel a little strange. And Deadpool looks at his watch, stating, and right at the 18-minute mark. Betty asks what he's talking about, and he tells her he just needed to see how long it took for the virus to take effect. And Blake then asks him, what did I drink? Deadpool tells him, well, I had about 20 cans of Mountain Dew at the last stop, and my bladder was about to pop. He then kicks Blake out of the helicopter. Ashcroft begins to cry through his helmet, stating, I quit! And Deadpool tells him, buck up, buddy. He never treated you right anyway. One tank of fuel later, Bill tells everyone that the tank is bone dry and they're about to crash. Right about now. The helicopter comes crashing down into the swamp, and once they get out, Bill mentions that this place seems very familiar. And Betty shouts that this is the same place that he crash landed in the other dimension. Deadpool tells everyone to put a sock in it. It's time for them to march through the swamp. Again, after a bit of sloshing through the swamp, the group takes a break and Headpool begins to talk to himself. He looks up and sees Bill staring at him, and he tries to tell him, yeah, I know I said that out loud, so what? Elsewhere though, Deadpool begins...
Oh, wow. Feel that, my precious tresses? Papa's coming to save you. Once again, I am in your debt, and now that we know each other better, I can reveal the truth. This hair keeps me alive. I feel a great enervation of spirit whenever a strand is left on my comb. Surely that is proof enough. Alright, weirdo. Oh yeah, you got any more cards for me?
He begins to take his shirt off when he hands his katana to Betty, telling her that she needs to hack his arm off for his plan to work. At first, she tells him what the hell does it, oh forget it, and she begins to hack away. He tells her that he needs another favor. Now cut a huge hole in his shoulder. She swings, and after a bit of running around screaming, he tells her, for the last thing, bring him that severed head. Through the bushes, Man-Thing begins to rise, and Deadpool shouts to them not to worry about it this time. It's time for some hot double Deadpool action. Deadpool asks why exactly has he sewn him on backwards, but now as Deadpool begins to face off with the now past Zombie Pool sees Man-Thing and says, oh, now I get it, guarding the rear, so to speak. However, before any real fighting can be done, a bolt of lightning strikes and everyone looks up to see Zombie Dr. Voodoo. Voodoo tells everyone that it is he who will be going through the portal this time. He will be locking it behind himself, so he will have the dimension dimension all to himself. Everyone shoots at him and the fighting between everyone starts again. While Betty manages to tear apart Zombie Man-Thing with her gun, past Zombie Bull hacks away at Deadpool, getting Headpool's head back off of him. He tells him that it seems that he would have had a much better chance in a fight where he's surrounded, but in a one-on-one, this whole plan of sewing on the head to his shoulder didn't work so much. He then tells everyone congrats on the fully functioning limbs, but he has something that he won't ever have again, and that's friends. As Betty and Bill point their guns at his head, he says, well, they do look delicious, and the two fire until there's nothing left past Headpool's head. Voodoo incinerates everyone else and then turns his focus to Deadpool, telling him that he will be the first to feed on his blonde friend there. But suddenly a gator jumps out of the water, pulling him down, and Bill says, this place is lousy with gators. Deadpool then takes the serum to stop the zombie virus from spreading since Headpool was stitched onto him. And Headpool shouts, are you guys forgetting something? And Deadpool tells him, a deal's a deal, and he puts Headpool's head on his past self's headless body. Zombie Bull jumps back up, stating, I can feel it! My healing factor is kicking in, and now I'm hungry! Back to the buffet! And he jumps through the portal. Deadpool then says he freely admits he did not see that coming. As he jumps through himself, he sees himself running into the same airboat blade as before, and being just ahead and then drifting out to sea, reliving the exact same events that put him into the position in the first place. As the head drifts away, he says, you know, I did have that coming, didn't I? Back at the portal, Bill jumps through stating anything is better than this place, and Betty says that it looks like they've come a long way. So she will express her gratitude with a kiss. Deadpool asks if this means that they're going to be getting married, and Betty says he can buy her dinner instead, and the two of them jump through the portal. Except Deadpool doesn't go back to his dimension. Instead, he stands before a man telling him that he is the elder of the universe known as the Contemplator, and he has plucked Deadpool out of the cosmic flow for a purpose. Deadpool tries to say, but him and Betty, we were about to, but the Contemplator tells him, fear not, she has been returned to her home dimension. There's no need to worry about your love life. There is a mighty threat that will affect the multiverse, and you, Wade Wilson, can battle this threat. Deadpool looks at him and tells him, the hell you say?
Well, there we go. The Gerald's cut.
On Earth Z, zombie Peter Parker tries to tell Cortez not to do it, but before he can finish his sentence, he sees that it was too late. He looks around to see a new vibrant world unpolluted by his kind, and he decides that it's time to try and find the others. He leaps off the building, and with the loss of his cosmic powers from changing dimensions, he uses his veins to swing through the city. With no one in sight, Peter reads the newspaper and sees that not only did he get sent to a different dimension, he was also sent back in time, around the time that this world's Peter Parker was in college. But also that this is the time when mob leaders were also trying to decipher a tablet that reveals the key to eternal youth. That's it, he shouts, ripping the paper. If he can get that tablet first, he can rid himself of this curse. He will no longer be a zombie. Over at Empire State University, zombie Peter is looking down at his younger self and Mary Jane, but this time instead of eating her, he decides that he must save her. Suddenly an explosion goes off and the Sinister Six begin their attack to take the tablet. Zombie Peter begins to smell Kraven's scent, but he decides that he must control himself. But those jungle herbs, they make him want to feed. Peter jumps on Kraven and he begins biting and ripping at his throat, and everyone just stops. And one by one, Peter begins killing the remaining members. First, he punches Mysterio through his dome, pulling out his brain, and then uses Electro to electrocute Doc Ock. Vulture tries to get away, but Peter jumps up, ripping his arms off, and then he uses them to cut Electro's head off. Last standing is Flint Marco, and he shouts, "What are you doing? You're breaking all of the rules!" And he runs away. Inside of the university, Kingpin grabs the tablet, but seeing Peter taking out the Sinister Six, he decides that it will be him who finally stops Spider-Man. Kingpin jumps into attack, and Peter lunges at him, and chomp, chomp, chomp. Kingpin didn't stand a chance. Elsewhere in the alley, Flint continues to run away when this world's Peter Parker swings in, telling him, "Not so fast, Beach Boy." Flint looks at him and begins beating him down by punching his face into the ground. He then tells him, "You want to eat people, huh? Then eat this!" And then Flint begins to fill Peter with sand, so much so that his stomach becomes bloated and fat, and then pop! He explodes. Back at the university, zombie Peter continues to feed on Kingpin, and he thinks maybe he should just feed on the bad people. That way innocent, but then he turns and sees everyone that he bit killing all of his friends. Peter gets up killing all of the villains again, shouting that he was going to save them! What a joke he is! He's no superhero, not with this face. He then starts to rip the skin off of his own head, exposing nothing but muscle, stating, "Wherever I go, there won't be a hero, I'll be a monster!" Up on the blue side of the moon, the Watcher decides that it is time that they must transgress their sacred oath by not interfering with the worlds. But as he goes to contact the other Watchers, a shadow looms over him.
Okay. Good hunting? Bag any quartz there? Them's what I was after. Clear as God's piss, no offense intended, and a ring like a bell's. The calamities change a lot of things around here, that's true enough, but it's still a treasure trove, and you can't ask much more as a miner. Glad to help you, random citizen.
And giant man Hank Pym, who's a zombie, bites down stating, "I'm lucky that we were teleported away. Now I can eat the entire multiverse." 2 years go by, and Hank Pym finally figured out how to teleport himself back to Earth. In this world, Tony Stark became a drunk who started to lose control of his company. On his desk, though, a device alerts of a cross-world breach down in the basement. But because of its condition, it shorts out and catches fire. Tony mentions that that device is something Reed Richards found in the Watcher's lab, but had no clue what it was. Happy decided to check it out and heads down into the basement, but as he walks in, he notices some stalactites. Just then, Hank bites down on him, telling him, "I know the device is here, now you'll lead me to it." Happy begins walking back into the lobby and begins biting everyone until Rhodey blows away his head. But while the zombie infection spreads, Tony and Pepper sit in Tony's office trying to figure out if this is what the device warned them about. Still unable to make out what it is, Tony tossed it in with the rest of the scrap metal and decided that it was time to have one last drink. Over in the men's bathroom, Rhodey finds the Iron Man suit and begins blasting his way to Tony's office. As he walks in, he sees Pepper being attacked, and Tony just drinking. Rhodey goes to fire another blast, but since Tony forgot to charge the suit, he just smashes in the zombie's head. Rhodey asks if Pepper's okay, and as she turns, they see the infection is already turning her, and Tony throws up in her face. She runs away screaming, and Rhodey asks, "What was that?" And Tony tells him, "Actually, this vodka is supposed to be a cure for cancer. It has millions of nanometer-sized machines suspended in sterile alcohol. Though it never worked in trials, it seems to be tearing the disease apart. Only problem is the zombies have to ingest it." Rhodey then plugs the suit into the charger, and Tony tells him that it will take hours that they don't have. So he's gonna have to get into the factory wing so they can get the speed charger. Zombies begin to shuffle into the office while Hank sneaks in to grab the Watcher's device. Tony says that as of now, Rhodey will be Iron Man, and he finishes his drink while the zombies begin to eat him, telling them to go on. He's full of nanobots. Rhodey blasts his way to the factory ring and he grabs the speed charger, telling everyone Iron Man is here, and he's on his way to help. 2 more years pass, and in Tokyo, Kitty Pryde begins to meet up with Logan as hand ninjas begin to attack. She runs down the alley and she sees Logan, except that it's not this world's Logan. Zombie Logan lunges forward, but Kitty phases, and Logan rushes through her into the hand ninjas and begins tearing them apart. Once he's done eating, he turns back to Kitty and then is shot in the face with webbing. Zombie Peter Parker grabs a hold of Logan and slams him into a wall, telling Kitty that this is about to sound corny, but come with me if you want to live. Peter leads Kitty to his lab, explaining that what she saw was a zombie. He goes on to tell her about how he came from a different dimension where the zombie virus surfaced and it spread across the world, killing everyone. Zombie Logan was teleported here and has since been feeding on people unchecked, but with his research, he has created a vaccine. It won't change him back, but it will save him, dampening his appetite. The virus overwhelmed Zombie Logan's healing factor to create the vaccine. He will need this world's Logan's blood. Back outside, Zombie Logan finds himself fighting with Sunfire as he's thrown into the underground fighting rings. Iron Fist looks at him and asks what's wrong, and Zombie Logan pops his claws both through him and Sunfire's head, telling him, "I'm just fine." Then a voice calls out to him, and he turns back to see this world's Logan walking up to him. Over in Peter's lab, he continues to explain to Kitty about the vaccine, but the flies are starting to bother her. He is still a zombie. She looks around to see where the flies are coming from and phases through to see what it is and finds body parts hanging from the ceiling. She pushes herself back out and Peter tells her that he wanted to spare her. He then takes off his mask, telling her, "It's time for the truth." Kitty shouts that he's one of them and Peter says, "Yeah, well, it's a bit complicated, but I've been working on our treatment and I haven't killed anyone in a long time. I was so close to saving Logan, saving the world, saving my own soul." Kitty is still hesitant about helping, but Peter hands her a wooden stake, telling her that she can just phase this into his head and it will kill him, since he can't eat her anyway because of her abilities. But time is short. They need to get a sample of this world's Logan's blood now. Back in the fight club, both Logans are going back and forth, slashing and cutting away at each other until Kitty and Peter show up. Logan quickly turns to kill Peter, but before he can, Zombie Logan stabs Logan through the back. Kitty jumps into action, holding the stake in her hand and stabbing it down into Zombie Logan's head, but she only managed to stab his eye. He smacks her away, stating that he's pretty sure he has something in his eye, and then Logan gets back up and rips Zombie Logan's insides out. Logan turns back to Peter, telling him that he has 1 second to explain what's going on. 10 minutes later, Logan says, "This is pretty nuts even by my standards." As Peter leaves with the sample and Zombie Logan, Kitty and Logan watch as Kitty asks what should they do now. And Logan says,
I don't think I've ever actually seen this story
kind of worked up an
before.
appetite. After witnessing the destruction of his newfound home as well as the woman that he loved,
I didn't realize there was
Bruce
a
Banner,
continuation
the Hulk,
after
has returned
Peter
from space to
ripping off
destroy
his
the
fins.
worlds of those who first exiled him. He jumps down into the blue area of the moon above Earth to begin carrying out his revenge. And as he bursts into the palace of the royal family, he calls out to Black Bolt to come and
that's a
face
pretty
him.
cool
But what he
tie-in, too.
sees is that the palace is scattered with parts of bodies.
World War
From the shadows,
Hulk
Medusa
and,
tells him
zombie
that he does
crossover.
not want this fight.
I'm alright with
And as he
that.
gets closer, he sees Black Bolt and Medusa as zombies. Hank appears behind him, telling him, "Thanks for stopping by. We were starved for some company." Hank punches down on the
I'm
Hulk, and in the
almost being
distance, the
tricked into
survivors of the
thinking
Hulk's
this is gonna
planet
turn into a
appear,
good
shouting that they
series
will
now.
protect their king. But one blast from Black
never
Bolt's
seen this
sonic
far.
powers blows everyone away, allowing the zombies to feed on them. Hulk jumps up as Hank begins eating and punches him across the face. Hulk then picks up Elio and begins to run outside, and just as they are clear, Elio notices something on Hulk's arm. They both look at the bite marks, and the Hulk begins to call out to the hunger, and he rips Elio in two, and he begins to devour her, and when he's finished, he looks towards Earth. After taking his ship down, the Hulk begins eating through
Wow,
the
so
people of
basically
Manhattan.
the
While Earth's
most
armies try to
powerful
fight him
version
off,
of
Sentry
Hulk is a
flies in
zombie.
telling Bruce to forgive him, and he blasts him through a building, punching and beating him down, telling the Hulk that this greatly pains him. But the Hulk then changes back to Bruce, telling him, "Wait, you just don't understand. This hunger." Sentry changes back and he tells him, "Whatever this is, we're gonna find a way to fix it." And just then, Bruce leaps up, biting Sentry in the arm, and then he
this is
changes
what
into
starts
his
the
uniform,
original.
stating, "I
Wasn't it
understand
the Sentry
now."
that started
Meanwhile,
the original
Zombie Peter
zombie
watches,
virus?
stating that this just
Like
keeps getting
issue
worse
1?
and worse. He's going to need backup, and
gonna go
right
full
now,
circle?
it's time for the Avengers to dismember. Over in the Avengers Tower, several of the now-turned zombies sit around discussing their #1 kill. With the world destroyed and mostly eaten, the zombies have to pass time sitting around talking about their glory days when the zombies' armies all fought each other. But while Hank continues to work trying to figure out the Watcher's device to unlock the rest of the multiverse, the hunger alert goes off. Quicksilver runs
The
over to
hunger
Professor
alert.
X's body, which is still hooked up to Cerebro, and sees that there is some fresh human meat that they missed over in the Savage Land. Everyone loads up in the Quinjet and they fly out, but as they begin to get closer to where the signal came from, the Quinjet is shot down. The zombies begin to pick themselves up as Peter tells them, "Lucky they were already dead, huh?" While the new Avengers are here to make sure that they are erased and will never be allowed to infect another dimension again. Sentry asks them what about the flesh
So
that they
the Hulk
detected,
is
where is
good
it?
now again,
Brody begins
or-
burning through the zombies, telling them that he's got their flesh right here. You never managed to turn me. Every time that he got bitten, he just cut off that part of his body and replaced it with some Stark tech. So what's one less finger? He's got two more. The fight between the two zombie factions erupts, with everyone rushing in to kill
I
each
gotta
other.
hand it to them.
Moon Knight
They
tells
really turned the
Thunder against
series around.
Spider-Man. He has something attached to his back. She says that she does not take orders from men. Fortunately, she was going to do that anyway. But before she can, the
Deadpool
Hulk rips her body in half,
spin-off
telling her,
is not
"Bugman
good.
is Hulk's friend. He teaches Hulk all zombies must die." Quicksilver runs past, snatching the canister off of Peter, but as he runs away, Peter launches out his vein webbing, ripping off Quicksilver's
Jesus
head.
Christ.
Quicksilver's body continues to run, and Peter shouts for someone to stop that body. Logan then charges in towards Sentry, telling him that he'll never forgive him for killing Kitty. Sentry knocks him away, telling him that he is both an unstoppable force and a movable object. Logan tells him, "Unstoppable I can work with, just as long as I can cut something." He stabs into Sentry, but he knocks him away, asking, "Do you know what you've just done? Do you want to release the power of 1,000,000 exploding suns?" As the Sentry tries to contain himself, a blue light beams
that
down on
how his
everyone.
power
The Sentry sees that he's now been teleported back up to the moon in a test tube. Hank tells him that he figured out how to unlock the rest of the multiverse. He just needed a power source. Say, a power source of 1,000,000 exploding suns. Now with everyone on the moon, the battle continues with everyone
Can't stop
trying to get the
looking.
canister back, and Logan manages to cut it open. Everyone looks and sees the canister was filled with sand, and Moon Knight asks, are they supposed to be impressed by this? Peter says that Tony Stark developed nanites that attack the disease. The only problem is that they needed to be eaten. So he tracks down an old friend who can force everyone to ingest him and loaded him up with the vaccine. Flint Marco begins to swirl around, forcing the sand into everyone, and soon everyone's bodies begin to decay and fall apart. Peter tells Flint Marco thank you, but he just tells him good riddance. As Hank's body begins to fade away, a light begins to shine and the Watcher appears, stating that was fascinating. Flint Marco says they told him that he was dead, and the Watcher says that he is a being of pure energy. There's nothing to be turned, even as persistent as the zombies were. All he was doing was observing the events unseen, waiting for the then perfect solution to present itself. Using the power of the Sentry, the Watcher goes on stating that this terror shall never begin, because it never truly began. With a flash in the sky, the human Avengers appear. And there you have it. The storyline for Marvel Zombies, as much as we've done on the channel at least, but goes on stating the then perfect solution to present itself. Using the power of the Sentry, the Watcher goes on stating that this terror shall never begin, because it never truly began. With a flash in the sky, the human Avengers appear.
The whole thing started.
And there you have it.
It's a big old circle.
The storyline for Marvel Zombies, as much as we've done on the channel at least, they're even going to bring the series back and try
that was
this
like
again.
90%
and as you watch
garbage.
all of those, you can see that it kind of went in weird directions.
It actually managed
like,
to end
how did Ghost Rider even become... Welcome to the Deadpool
kills
Trilogy.
The multiverse. To Deadpool kills Deadpool. But first, we gotta help our good friend here after going through all that customer service on his behalf. Back, are you? Took your time, too. Hope that means something good for my Ceruleum. Cherry brandy wine. This particular brandy wine has been aged in cherry wood barrel, giving it a sweet aroma and a deep amber hue. Well, now that is good news. And what is this? A gift from that tight-fisted Cygna. And a handsome one it is. I'll have to forgive the wretch. The fury smite me if I lie. Quite the tangled skein you unwound there, and well loose too. Thank you for your trouble, and just so you see, those bastards will save your hide someday. Wow. That was quite the quest line there. Does that wrap it up for over here? Gotta deliver the letter. Level are these quests? These are a little bit higher level, so maybe I'll go ahead and do this first. Just gotta remember where I am. Perthus Central Highlands. Not much doing here. Oh wait, I take it back. Nah, these quests are might be a little too low. Well, there's not many of them. 5, 6. Guess I'll do this one and that one. And then I'll save these for like another class, probably. Isadora. Damn, and blast that hurts. I hate being wounded worse than being dead. They call me the ram that batters, not the battered sheep. Rax, eh? Well, stay your business. A letter for me from Belmont. Well, well. I tell you how the best tactics officer in the White... I tell you how the best tactics officer in the White Rams had ever had can suffer to be a Mullen sellsword. That one I'll never understand. The roads haven't rusted that bucket of his. If he says that shitebirds are moving in the Korthos, that's good enough. We white rams owe the Ixel pain. Tell him whatever we can do, just name it. Damn and blast, that hurts. Damn me for being careless about those Ixel. Blast them for slicing me up like a side of fish. Here now, before you go all the way back to Korthos, why not stretch your legs a little? Get those Ixel wild talents for me. They had the look of newcomers to this area. That means they won't stray far from where I saw them. The Galmora ruins. Look for a fresh kill. Something big. Guess we'll do some revenge on his behalf. It's the least I could do, I suppose. Idriston is searching for an adventurer to undertake a distasteful task. The freeze that came in the Calamity's wake has rendered Korthos nigh inhospitable. Many of the creatures that once made their home there have been forced to migrate lest they starve. Some are riven on our doorstep with naught else on their mind but to feed. The worst of these beasts are the jackals, who've been spotted not far from the very spire. Venturer, we call upon your skill to dispatch these beasts before they make a meal of some unguarded traveler. This beg your pardons, fetid dodo meat will serve admirably as bait. Easy enough. We are most grateful. This kind of situation would have not arisen ere the calamity came and made Korthos uninhabitable to its local fauna. With the water hoarded in belts of ice and their herbage held under the snow, the larger beasts have become positively infernal in their need to survive. Take heed if you head northbound, for you know what you are riding into battle. Well, these people sure do like me killing animals on their behalf. Although I've died to them myself, so I guess I'm hardly one to talk. Like the noise it makes. Son of a bitch. I did it again. I meant to play the video and I hit the error thing.
Full
Whatever.
movie.
Get me
So
started.
Deadpool Trilogy is a storyline that started off as something just one-off interesting thing. Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe. The sequel to that was Deadpool Illustrated, and then they had to end it with Deadpool Kills Deadpool. A lot of you guys have seen those videos on our channel, and if you have
Deadpool
watched them, you
Kills
do know
Deadpool.
they are very old. Our styles have changed. I'm a lot more animated and a lot more dramatic with my readings, but we thought no harm, no foul if we made one giant video involving all three of those old videos. Just keep in mind, they are old videos. Now, I hope you guys enjoy.
After a while.
Our story begins with the X-Men delivering Wade Wilson to the institution. He cries out, begging them not to. He doesn't do well in places like this. But Professor X thinks that this is the best option, and they leave Wade with Dr. Brighton. You see, Deadpool has multiple voices in his head, one for jokes that comes across in yellow boxes, and one to be serious that comes across in white boxes. And of course, he has his own voice. A normal doctor would have fixed this, and maybe there's a universe out there where that actually happened. But this isn't Dr. Brighton in this universe. This is a little-known villain named the Psycho Man. He has a master plan that Deadpool fits wonderfully into. This plan begins with conditioning Deadpool mentally. The jokey voice begins to scream out in pain, telling Deadpool to resist the mental conditioning, and the serious voice begs for the conditioning to stop. But both agree. This is killing Deadpool. No, this is killing them. Psycho Man's plan is to place Deadpool under his control along with every other villain in this facility to create an unstoppable army of willing soldiers. But he didn't accomplish this. You see, Psycho Man killed the voices in Deadpool's head, leaving only one voice left to tell Deadpool what to do. No more insanity as the serious and the jokey voice argued as to what Deadpool should do all the time. There's a new voice, a red box voice, and it says, "Hello, Wade." Deadpool stands up, freed of his bonds, and he grabs the tiny Psycho Man out of his robotic body, and he smears him on the forms that release Deadpool. "Good, good," the red box says. "You know who I am. You've been waiting for me. You've killed one of them. Now finish the job." So Deadpool begins to walk through the facility, dousing the whole place in gasoline. And he burns the entire building to the ground. As he leaves the wreckage, he asks the red box, "Hey, where did the yellow and the white box go?" And the red box just informs him, "Don't worry about that." His next stop is the Baxter building, and we don't know what he did exactly, but he went there to get the tools that he may need. First, he did something to Reed Richards, ruining his electricity and allowing him to die slowly as he melted in the Invisible Woman's arms. He then chopped off the Human Torch's head before the Invisible Woman put a force field in his brain, forcing his head to explode. This is Deadpool, though, and he just regrew his head and he stabbed her in the back. The biggest shocker of his first kills is the fact that he then murders the Watcher. Because as he explains to the Watcher,
Whatever. I guess he's like Batman. in this. It is fun to watch him kill people, but you gotta wonder, like, how you get so smart so quick. Did me for a good turn, did you? Much appreciated, Rax. I'll be paying their friends a visit when I'm back on my feet. Still, Molcot's going to tear me a new one for letting the Wild Talons get the jump on me. This way I can at least tell her the birds didn't live too long. Afterwards. Alright. That's all I want to do in this area. Everything else is too low.
He just doesn't see things the same way that everyone else does. He can see the Watcher. He can see past everything. Deadpool moved quickly from there, murdering many of the heroes and villains in the Marvel Universe, and eventually, he found himself face to face with Spider-Man. They tangle in the sky, but Spider-Man drops Deadpool into the street below, splattering him onto the asphalt before landing in front of him. You're lucky I'm not you. You're lucky I don't kill you for what you've done. But Deadpool just drags his broken body towards Spider-Man. Am I? Do you think they would have let you break character even if you wanted to? Spider-Man finds himself confused by Deadpool's usual babble, and he grabs him by the shirt, demanding to know what he's talking about. But Deadpool just puts a gun to Spider-Man's chin, and he blows his brains into the sky. As Deadpool walks away from the scene of the crime, he asks the red box who's next. But it tells him, it doesn't matter anymore. You don't need to play to their spectacle. Just kill everyone and end this. There's no one to impress now that you have me. Deadpool denies that though. Spectacle is my style, so let's do something big. And what's bigger than killing the entire remaining Avengers roster? So Deadpool steals Hank Pym's Pym particles, and he uses them to enlarge a stockpile of munitions in the Avengers office, where every Avenger has showed up for a little meeting that Captain America has called. The explosion is massive, and Deadpool comments on how it's raining little pieces of men and women. Luke Cage gets up because he has unbreakable skin, but once again, Deadpool isn't worried, and he tells him that he expected a few of the unbreakable type guys to be a problem. So he shrunk down a few other bombs, and he slipped it into the Avengers' coffee. Luke Cage just looks worried as smoke begins to come out of his nostrils, and he falls over. Thor then gets up and he swings his hammer at Deadpool. But Deadpool just asks, what's stronger, Thor, you or your hammer? And he enlarges Thor's hammer with the Pym particles so that it's big enough to squash Thor. He then just walks over. Have at thee, Thor! And he boops him on the nose. The red box then asks Deadpool, are you happy? As he walks away. And Deadpool just says, he's sorry that it had to be this way. They just don't understand. They never realized that they were puppets made to move and dance and suffer. You're doing them a mercy, the red box tells him. So Deadpool's next stop is to face off with the Hulk, who literally tears Deadpool limb from limb. But remember, Deadpool heals. So once the Hulk finishes tearing him limb from limb, he runs over to hide and nap, reverting back into Bruce Banner, which is exactly what Deadpool needed to cut off his head. He then proceeds to cut many more of the heroes and villains of the universe, until eventually, he kidnaps Professor X and he ties him up. Once Professor X wakes up, he looks at Deadpool. Why, Wade? Why did you hurt so many? And Deadpool just asks him, do you really think any of them felt anything? I do, Professor X tells him. Then the next part is going to suck for you. Now say it like we practiced. And he stabs Professor X in the leg. With tears in his eyes, Professor X sends out the signal. To me, my X-Men. The X-Men are currently trying their best to fight their way through a maze of traps set up to kill them by Deadpool. And they are failing horribly. One by one they fall. Scott, Emma, Pixie, Rogue, Gambit, all of them. No one is safe. Professor X pleads with Deadpool. But Deadpool explains that he's the only one who's figured everything out. And he's saving everyone. You see, Deadpool is known for breaking the fourth wall, talking to the readers of comics, video games, and movies. Everyone thought of him as the funny man, but it's actually been the fourth wall that's been breaking him, crushing him. Professor X has finally
Figured
had
it'd be
it,
better
and he
to
yells out
start with the
enough as he
disciples of the
reaches into
ring
Deadpool's
stuff.
brain to kill him.
So that way I could source
But
all
he
my
stops.
own materials.
His only response to what he sees is, "I never realized." And then he goes
Still
brain
maxed
dead.
out.
Deadpool then sees
Scholar
Wolverine on the
artist.
monitors, and he decides that he's going to end this with Wolverine himself. But Wolverine is already in shock because he's found how Deadpool is handling X-23 and Dakin, his clone, and his child and their healing factors. He has
like a
them
million
rigged up to a
choices for
flamethrower
DPS.
and a machine that will monitor vitals every time that they even start to heal, and their hearts begin to beat again. The flamethrowers light them up, keeping them dead. Deadpool then appears behind Wolverine, wearing the skin of Beast as a cloak, and he begins to battle it out with Wolverine. As they slice and dice each other, Deadpool explains, he can't kill Wolverine, but it's not because of his mutant power, because it isn't regeneration. His power is popularity, and no matter how many times he dies, he'll just come back to haunt Deadpool. So he chops off Wolverine's head, and he tells him not to worry. He has something planned for him that not even popularity will save him from. Following that, Deadpool ramps up his game by using Puppet Master to force as many superheroes and villains as he can to just walk off a ledge to their deaths in what appears to be a
Probably not. The Adventurers Guild representative for local levy quests in White Brim Front is seeking an adventurer to undertake guild levies. Well met, adventurer. May I interest you in a guild levy? My sincerest apologies. 'Twas presumptuous of me to assume you were an adventurer. I mean, how could I possibly know at a glance? That said, on the off chance that you are an adventurer, I have a wide assortment of contracts that need doing. There is, however, one catch. I must, in accordance with official protocol, ask that you undertake a trial guild levy. Once you have completed this trial, you will become eligible to receive any level levies I have to offer. Surge in traffic to White Brim Front is drawing beastkin and demons, who then fight over the choicest morsels of slow-moving food. The cargadors demand a raise on the pain of road mutiny. Goods are being sold virtually at cost. Clear the trade route and you will find the traders very grateful. Regrettably, the roads to White Brim Front grow dangerous every day. If these attacks were to continue unabated, it would be disastrous for the local economy. We ask only that you do your part to cull the dangerous beasts in the region. I do not think you incapable of this task, but be warned, leaving behind rotting corpses is likely to attract other creatures eager to feed. If I get a minion with a smaller head, maybe that'll fit better on my shoulder. Miorise is concerned for a lost patrol fighting for warmth out in the howling blizzard. It's an ill night for patrols in this blizzard. We had contact via Link Pearl. One of the parties has managed to blunder into the Behemoth's dominion, of all places. The cold and fatigue have robbed them of their mobility. I've heard it said that you are as a snow wolf, feeling the cold far less than other men. If you can get this brandy wine to the patrol, you will save lives tonight. One more thing, adventurer. Do not presume to provoke the behemoth to battle. You will fail, you will die. Rescue the dragoons, that is your task this day, and not more. Why do I get the feeling I'm gonna fight some behemoths? Well, the dragoons sit on their hands. Sir Briannix is concerned for her comrade, who has been taken a tumble off a snow-covered cliff. You're that Rex, aren't you? Well met, well met. Give us a hand. One of the dragoons had fallen clean over a cliff. He lives, praise the Fury, but we could not tell much from the top. A brother knight stayed behind on the cliff and awaits a coil of rope. See here, can you go to the keep for rope and then deliver it thither? For I'm for the infirmary. Sure. Be a team player. Frasquant finds himself besieged by the mighty Rat King and seeks an adventurer's assistance. We've got a rat problem, and if nothing's done about it now, we shall soon have a supply problem and a plague problem. They're no more content with the kitchen than the potboy is, and they'll have the run of the outpost. They'll feed off our scraps, unwanted guests at a meager feast. See if you can't have a good look around and roast a few up to slay. Roust up a few to slay. Some more extermination duties here. Faustilian. Unlike other more menial tasks, Sir Faustilian would set you to a mission of some importance. Adventurer, I hear that some of my brother knights have made you a drudge. Fie, by the Fury, set your sights higher. I have for you a gallant mission. Slay the Dravanian outwatches that trummel our steps. They are as dogs cherishing the Dravanians in the wordless forests of their minds. Every thought a fairy ring that vanishes by nightfall. Brandish these dragon scales when the outwatches are near, and they will come. Sir Lautrix has heard of your growing repute and wishes to engage you. Long has this bell marked the time at our keep, but as you can see, it was ill-used by dragons and has been silent since. Others of this keep have not but praise for your work, adventurer. I wonder if you are the ideal confederate for this enterprise. Will you assist me in repairing the bell? We need a goodly amount of metal, and arms damaged in this battle are plentiful in supply. Yet 'twould not do for one dragoon to ask another for arms. Will you collect them and take them around to the smith? Holy crap, there's a lot. Pile of rotten vegetables, you know. Fucking my goddamn ninja, and I'm still dealing with rats. Believe that? Guess I have to. Ooh, rotten carrots this time. Be one more pile farting around here somewhere. But where? There we go. Now we get pumpkins and lettuce. Or lettuce and one pumpkin. Nope, 2 pumpkins, 2 lettuce. Take it all back. Good and well, that's a fewer of the vermin to get in our larder. They remain too numerous, however. There must be a large nest somewhere down below. Kill the Rat King, and the common rats will lose heart. Something will both we and the dragoons know well, and the dragons know well. I've tracked the rats as well as I can, and they look to slip outside as often as not. There must be an opening that leads to the nest somewhere outside the stronghold. There must be. Ah, repairs are finally moving forward. Metal hither, metal thither. Take it away and let the anvil ring. Okay. Oh yeah, I gotta collect people's weapons. You want what? Oh, to repair the bell? I cannot well recall its peal. I was still falling off chocobos when the dragons cleft it thus. Here, will this do? Oh, so they're gonna repair the bell using old shitty weapons, essentially. If I'm getting it right in my brain. You bitch. Oh, that didn't help. Somewhere on that level, at least. Oh, there. Yoink. There it is. That's the end of the king, is it? Well struck. We'll see less of the foul little things, I expect. That said, do they not say in your fair home city that rats abandon a sinking ship? Perhaps I should more rightly take it as a good omen that the rats deign to stay in Whitebrim.
Jean Tremont. A good commander looks to his men rather than his betters. Sir Jean Tremont is one such knight who seeks your help. A word, if I may, adventurer. As much as it pains me to say this, I must. Go to the gate of judgment. Deliver a petition to Sir Marceline. Tell him we need reinforcements. The common folk are toil-worn from constant skirmishes with the dragons, and the mood grows dark in the front. We teeter on the knife edge, and we will surely fall. Jesus. Nice attitude. Baron Giat. Sir Baron Giat strikes you as a man with a sizable chip on his shoulder. Such men are often ready to spend handsomely. Adventurer, how would you like to assist a dragon slayer? I put a bolt through a dragon while manning the bastillas overlooking the gorges. I saw its death throes, and then it plunged. But nobody will believe me. I had not the time to collect the trophy before I was relieved, and they will not credit what they do not see. The carcass is out there in the bottom of a gorge, just waiting to be claimed. I hear you can find anything, and I need a dragon bone to show the others. Yeah, you could still be a cheat. Rumor has it that Forsmart has a job that involves travel. I am part of an expedition to Snowcloak. Know you that great ice wall that swells like a braggart's tail? There is much danger in those parts, and so 'twas that my group took on sellswords. However, affrighted by the creatures that stalk the wilderness, they abandoned their post and fled. Now, what manner of cravenness is this? It beggars all belief. You leave no stone unturned to complete your mission, they say. What say you? Will you guard the expedition? We are sore in need of a sword arm. You'll know more from Ordilic at Snowcloak. Be well, adventurer. Keep my people safe. Oh, looks like we got a card player here. A game? Why, it would be my pleasure. The boredom fair drove me mad, so long have I lain here, unable to train. But now, once more, I shall take to the field of battle. What a dork. Looks like he has one card I need.
Mass suicide. And then eventually, Taskmaster tracks down Wade, intent on killing him. And he honestly does stand the greatest chance against Deadpool, as he can mimic any fighter's actions. And Taskmaster even gets to the point where he can hear the red boxes in Deadpool's head. But it's all a part of Deadpool's plan, as the Man-Thing reaches out and kills Taskmaster, because the Man-Thing can sense Taskmaster's fear. And as Taskmaster got more and more like Deadpool, he became afraid of what he was becoming. And that was Deadpool's goal, to use Taskmaster's fear to draw out the Man-Thing. And the Man-Thing is a being that protects all of existence. He guards over all of creation, and he can sense what Deadpool's end goal is. to end everything, to end those controlling the heroes and the villains of the Marvel Universe, to kill all of the puppet masters. So he agrees with Deadpool's purpose, and the Man-Thing sacrifices himself to allow Deadpool to have a gateway, to exit from this reality. He walks into all of creation and he sees everything. He sees the entire multiverse laid out before him. And you would think that this would be the end of our tale. But this is only the beginning. The Red Box explains that we don't know where creation begins or where it ends. So Deadpool decides that he'll just start hacking everything up. And eventually, someone will take notice. And when they do, he can kill the one who started all of this. But his first stop is the universe that wrote this story. And through the doorway, he can see that Deadpool kills the Marvel Universe writers. He begins to walk into their office. But he stops, and he turns to us, the reader, the viewer, the listener, to let us know. He'll be here soon. Just let him wrap up this little world first. He wants to kill them all. He wants to draw enough attention from the creator of everything, the creator of it all, so that he can meet this person and kill them. He just wants to be free. He refuses to be a puppet any longer. But Deadpool's getting tired of all of it. He's been doing this for what seems like years now, and every time he puts a gun to his own head to see if he can finally kill himself, he just comes back to life like he always does. He walks down the hallway. I may be a naughty little puppet, but I'm still a puppet. And the Red Box agrees. It doesn't matter. If you've broken free from their influence, the progenitors will write you straight back into continuity if they get half a chance. The only way for this to end is to carve your way through reality until you find the source and kill it. All right, plan B then. And Deadpool presses a button revealing a secret room filled with the multiverse's greatest geniuses. Everyone inside of this room is terrified of Deadpool, and he demands to know what they've figured out. He has a lot of killing to do in a very short attention span. Well, one of the bravest scientists to work with Deadpool steps forward, and he explains what's going on. Let's assume you're right, that we are all nothing more than character concepts brewed up like sea monkeys. Let's assume that we are all trapped in the continuity or the endless cycle of conflict and victory, death and resurrection. But you're self-aware, the rogue entity that can peer through the veil of creation. To free yourself, to free all of us, you must become Metacile.
Yes.
The multiverse just keeps adapting to you. That's why you can't kill the same person in the same way
fear
over and
have
over.
grown so
But
weak
we've
in
discovered a
mind
hidden
and body,
metaverse
or
where
is
the
your skill
earliest
so
works
much
of
greater
fiction
than
reside away from all of their current versions. The
I'm just super
classics.
skilled at
The Red
guarding
Box
my
chimes
guns.
in with, also, if we kill the inspiration, the heroes cease to exist. Oh, I like it, Deadpool exclaims.
Alright. Hedge Chirurgeon Estidian would have you Estidian, I'm just gonna call him Estidian, would have you escort a most valuable prize from Camp Dragonhead. As you may have noticed, this area is much troubled by many a wild and a savage creature. This is, of course, in addition to dragons, which are all the enemy that Ishgard acknowledges by and large. This has taxed the infirmary beyond all natural limits, and the healers show signs of becoming patients. After some doing, I have managed to secure a chirurgeon from Camp Dragonhead. From the reluctance they conceived at the transfer order, he must have a great promise. I would be easier in my mind if you were to escort him here. So important that they couldn't assign an escort to him. Got it. Charmaine. What Charmaine the Chirurgeon seeks is an infusion for her ailing infirmary. but she will settle for an adventurer instead. Damn. Oh, the poor soul. She has a betrothed, yet she will die without hearing his voice speak at the words of passing. He deserted, you see, on the eve of battle with the dragons. He now languishes in the dungeons. I cannot give her more time, not with such medicines as I possess, at any rate. At the very least, take word of her love. At the very least, take word to her love, Lawrence, that he might say such prayers as he is able. A lot going on in this camp. For some, like pushful Sir Once-Nedell, an adventurer is not but a scullion for a task most macabre. O adventurer, I claim in your time of need. O adventurer, I claim in your time, in the name of the Holy See, search the body downstairs for personal effects, and deliver the lot to the gates of judgment. He was a heretic in life. You need not be gentle. Usually we leave the carcass out for the crows, but, as you well know, there has been some trouble of late, and now we're told to rifle through these lousy pockets. Low work it is, and I leave it to you. You'll find naught but nits, I'll warrant. Bitch. Everybody here is so dickish. He's doing squats. An augury of innocence. When a chance to see a real-life heretic presents itself, how could an adventurer resist? Visit with Boyle and see what rattles his cage today. Do you see the great dragons? Dravinius Mundi has risen. Bend the knee, bondsmen, before our righteous conquerors. They sent you, I know, a slave or a servant, those are the choices, so many voices. Shh. Must make an offering. Quickly, bondsman, tell the slave for Dilix to send a fatted calf. Why would I even entertain that? What can an adventurer want with a man whose purse is empty and a name besmirched? What, the words of passing? No, they said she was on the mend. If you've ever loved, hear me. There's something hid in the forest southeast of here. You shall know it by the sign. Take it to her Sharugan. Take it to her Sharugan. I beg you. So you're just hoarding medicine out in the middle of nowhere? Oil wants another sacrifice, eh? That crazy, unbelieving son of a troll. He won't shut up when he gets in this state. Makes these dungeons a living hell, believe you me. Here, just give him this dead rat. That'll keep him quiet for a bit. He does these rituals, you know. Fare turns the stomach, but anything for a little peace. That is really fucking weird. Why is the solution give him a dead rat? Hey. Bondsman, I see the thrall for Delix has prepared for us the fatted calf. The dragon lords will be most pleased. Even after death, its beady eyes glare at you with what can only be described as deep-seated hate. Great. Beautiful, Innocent? Shh, my moo cow. Don't tell them you're innocent. It's worse that way. Oh, Dravinius Mundi, accept this offering. Let me be reborn in the flames. Pine pitch, pig's fat, dry bush, rock oil. Don't forget hair, hair burns, but a little bronze rattle that he loved so well, that only melts. That only melts. Okay. Finally, some peace. I tell you, some of these unbelievers seem normal enough at first, but when they show their true face after the Inquisitors get to work on them, best not consort with them, and that's in the dungeons, eh? Yeah, I guess I learned a valuable lesson.
So with the knowledge in hand that he needs to kill every classic character in history, Deadpool sets off on the next leg of his killing spree. In the first world, Deadpool finds himself being speared by Don Quixote, and as he finds himself being carried around like a banner, he just gets out. I hate that you have to be first, because you, I like. And he tears out Don's eyeball. Then as Don Quixote is trying to crawl away, he puts a bullet in his head. His squire then comes riding up on his donkey. My grace, you've killed him! And Deadpool turns to him. Who are you? You know what? On second thought, it doesn't matter. And he shoots him in the head. His next stop is the literary classic Moby Dick, where he first murders the whale and then he crawls out of its eye socket with nothing more than his sword. But as he gets up on Captain Ahab's nearby boat, he drops what appears to be Pinocchio on the ground. He just looks down at the puppet. Where did I pick up this little guy? And the red box tells him, something's not right. Just as Deadpool begins to see through the veil, and he sees who Pinocchio inspired. A version, a vision. The red box tells him he's starting to affect reality itself. He's starting to see all of the connections. Boy, that didn't take long. So this time, he's not even wasting any more time. He's killed so many it's down to a science, so he murders everyone on the
Rex, is it? Oh, Forsmark sent you. By the Ruth of Halon, you are welcome here. We had even contemplated abandoning the expedition for lack of guards. The Dragoons could be of no help, they say, stretched thin as they are with the Dragon Wars. Your presence is truly fortuitous. Ardelic seems glad of your presence and cannot wait to set you to work. Settled in, Rox. Ready to work, mayhap. Excellent. There's a trio of hipposerfs that must be called, for they have taken to standing in the way and procrastinating endlessly over which patch of ice to lick. Just wants to play a card game. A game would be welcomed indeed. An expedition is full of discovery, but greatly lacking in entertainment. What the fuck is that little monster? I hate it. I hate whatever that thing is.
boat, ending with murdering Captain Ahab himself. But as he reaches out to make the final blow, the kill, he sees General Thunderbolt T. Ross in Captain Ahab's place and pictures himself killing the Red Hulk. Deadpool tells the Red Box, "You know what this means, don't you?" And the Red Box replies with, "It's working." Either that or I'm more messed up than I thought. But before Deadpool can finish off Ahab, the boat gets capsized as the Nautilus pops up from underneath it. Something's wrong, the Red Box tells him. That's the Nautilus, and it shouldn't be here.
Useless.
The Nautilus then uses its tentacles to pick up Deadpool out of the water, and he just cries out, "Hey, hey, hey, not so handsy!" You know, for a classic of modern literature, this has all the makings of an X-rated anime. Note to self what the next universe to visit is. So he decides that he's gonna come back for Ahab and the Nautilus, and he multiverse hops to his next location, where he paints Tom Sawyer's fence with his own blood. And then he warps to Dracula's castle, where he beheads and he burns them all. Before multiverse hopping one more time, he finds himself in a forest with the sound of a motorcycle approaching. And he shocks even himself as Ghost Rider comes in to attack him before changing back to the Headless Horseman, who he's obviously a derivative of. He then goes for the kill and the Headless Horseman morphs again into Green Goblin before changing back. And as he goes through killing the Little Women, he sees Black Widow, She-Hulk, Mockingbird, and Elektra. It's working. Everything is blurring together. It's all becoming one thing for him to kill. Oh, and he blew up their house as he left because they were getting really, really annoying. But while he was multiverse hopping, killing off as many people as possible, Sherlock Holmes was warned about what was coming. So he built his own super team to be ready to face off with Deadpool, Beowulf, Natty Bumppo, Mulan, and Mr. Watson. And they better move quickly because Deadpool is speeding up as he kills Scrooge from the Christmas Carol, and then he kills Dr. Frankenstein. But it gets even more interesting, folks, as he puts a portion of his own brain into Frankenstein, giving Redbox a body. With 2 times the killing power, he begins to walk through the universes, just mass murdering everything and everyone. He even kills talking animals as he enters the world of Jungle Book. Deadpool and Redbox eventually make their way back around and into the world of Little Mermaid, where his reality-crushing exploits have merged the worlds of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, Little Mermaid, and Moby Dick. So Deadpool and Redbox let themselves be captured by the Nautilus, getting on board, and they begin murdering everyone once again. As he kills the captain of the Nautilus, he sees Magneto morphing in, and as he launches a torpedo at the Little Mermaid, he sees her morphing into Namor. As pieces of fish and human arms float by in the sea, Deadpool can't help but laugh and tell Redbox, "Did you see that? The Little Mermaid turned into Namor. What I wouldn't give to see the Submariner's face when he found out that he was inspired by a mermaid." But I guess I won't get that chance, will I? Because just like that, Namor doesn't exist anymore. And now we have control of this sub. With control of the sub, he moves on to murder the monstrous creatures of legend until his sub is destroyed and he warps into battle the 3 Musketeers with Redbox as Frankenstein. He turns to Redbox and says, "This is great. I've always wanted to find these guys." And as he leaps into battle with them, he yells, "I've got a bone to pick with you. I mean, really, what kind of candy bar doesn't have nuts in it?" Redbox just growls back at him, leaving him to wonder what's going on with his own personal Frankenstein monster. When suddenly one of the Musketeers manages to get a sword through his brain, severely slowing him down, and he falls to his knees talking more gibberish than normal. But that doesn't matter, because he can still kill, and he murders all of them, commenting on how he just murdered the concept of a team. He literally killed off every team before they could even form. Redbox says that there's something wrong with him. He can't talk in complete sentences anymore. When out of the blue, a bunch of knives stick into his chest, and in front of Deadpool and Redbox is Sherlock Holmes and his group. While Deadpool quickly becomes busy with Natty Bumppo, Redbox finds himself battling against Beowulf. But Beowulf is a man who has slain worse monsters, and he tears the arms off of Redbox. So Redbox headbutts Beowulf, and then he takes a bullet to the head from Dr. Watson. Instantly, Deadpool reels back in pain as Redbox rejoins the rest of his brain. Did you miss me? So Deadpool throws Natty Bumppo onto Mulan, and he begins to hit his multiversal trigger, trying to get away. Right now, he's trying to deal with the fact that Redbox is back, and these people are actually putting up a good fight. But Mulan leaps in and cuts his hand off. "Look what you did! I thought you were the hottest dude I've ever seen, but look what you did!" So Deadpool turns to his side looking for an exit, where he sees the time machine, the device that they use to follow him. And as Deadpool begins to fiddle with the dials, Sherlock Holmes leaps in to try and stop him. And they both vanish into the multiversal grid of all the connections that link everything together. You can see it all of the worlds, all of the timelines, everything. Both men begin to battle it out as they float through this ideaverse, where the very concept of characters goes on to breed new characters. And as Sherlock Holmes tries to throw Deadpool off of the time machine so that he can be lost forever in the Ideaverse, Deadpool begins to regrow his hand just in time, and he clings on for dear life. It doesn't matter. I've won. I've planted the seed. I've damaged the very ideas of superheroes and teams. They can't heal back properly. Deadpool's regrown hand then snaps because it wasn't fully regrown, and he falls into the Ideaverse, the space between everything, and he watches as characters vanish before his eyes. Classics are forgotten, and the end of everything begins with a sparkle. Sherlock Holmes remains on the time machine, trying his hardest with tears in his eyes. Call me Ishmael. Ishmael, yes. Keep the ideas alive, Holmes. Set the ideas back properly. Keep them alive.
Do these get placed in the order
Deadpool
that
leaps
you
into
put the
action,
cards?
shooting up a giant
That's
robot
what
and the
I'm
soldiers of Ultimatum while they invade New York. But the robot grabs Deadpool and
It
throws
is.
him to the ground,
Wonder
declaring, "Embrace Ultimatum's
Doing it so
truth." Deadpool stands up, looking around for other superheroes, asking, "Where is everyone? To me, my X-Men! Avengers assemble! Holla at you, boy! Somebody!" When suddenly a spaceship with the Deadpool symbol comes crashing into the back of the robot, taking it out. Hey, that's the B. Arthur, Deadpool remembers, and that means it has the Deadpool core. Out of the ship steps multiple versions of Deadpool. Dogpool, Kidpool, Lady Deadpool. Oh, and there's two other Deadpools there too. Since neither one of them wants to not be called Deadpool, they begin to fight, but the real Deadpool calls them Gas Mask Deadpool and Golden Age Pulp Deadpool. Problem solved. So this is about to get super crazy with the poolage, so I'm naming every other Deadpool something else. Wade is your homeboy. He's the main 616 guy. He turns to Lady D and asks her, "Slightly sexier version of me, care to explain?" Lady D explains that all of the Deadpools in the multiverse are being targeted, and they are here to get Deadpool into their army. No more time to explain, they need to go. But Wade stops them. "I can't go! I need to be here when the Avengers show up so I can take credit!" "Aw, come on, man. You know they ain't gonna give you a medal," Kidpool tells him. "Yeah, I know. Cue the Incredible Hulk sad theme song." Sadly, Wade slowly walks to the B. Arthur, never to be accepted by the Avengers or the X-Men. Never to be a hero, always the clown jokester of our stories. But wait! A laser beam comes out of nowhere, roasting the gas mask Deadpool. Wade looks up to see Bondage Pool riding on a Deadpool Goblin glider. Without wasting any time, he leaps into action, slicing the Pool Goblin glider in half, dropping Bondage Pool onto the ground. And as he jumps in to finish off Bondage Pool teleports away, shoving a chainsaw through Wade's chest. "Oh man, chainsaw sense is tingling," Wade says as he drops to his knees. Out of nowhere, Dogpool leaps in onto Bondagepool, but our leathery villain turns and roasts Dogpool, killing him, while Wade takes this chance to grab the teleporter and make it teleport half of Bondagepool's body away, cutting him literally in half. He then uses Bondagepool's gun to finish off the other half of him by roasting it. Lady D calls to him, "There will be others. We have to get out of here." And as Wade enters the ship, Pulp Deadpool tells him, "You're lucky you're alive. We've gone to multiple realities and every Deadpool's been dead." "Why would anyone want to kill Deadpools?" Wade asks. And behind him, in a booming voice, "I am the Watcher, and the reason they are killing all of the Deadpools is because this is one man's crusade to obliterate existence. And Deadpool is the start of everything in the universe." Elsewhere in the multiverse, Deadpool, the evil Deadpool that started this whole event, stands before his followers. "Thank you to all of you who have taken the righteous path and are assisting in the ending of all existence." While there are a lot of Deadpool versions in this location, only one truly matters. The patchworked together evil Wade, the evil twin of our 616 hero. Back on the B. Arthur, our heroes of the Deadpool Corps come to a crash landing on their secret hideout, a carnival. As Lady D leads the way to introduce Deadpool to the other Deadpools fighting for what's right, Wade asks what's the deal with the Watcher. Why is he helping? The Watcher overhears it and he explains. "Yes, it is true that as a Watcher I am not allowed to interfere, but I am the Watcher of Deadpools, and it is my job to watch all of you. I've grown to gain an appreciation for all things related to the merc with the mouth. So once one of you began to murder all of the rest, I needed to step in." So after watching the Deadpool channel all the time, you went mushy between the ears. I got it, Wade says as they enter the circus tent to find every Deadpool there dead. They found our base of operations, Lady D declares, and Kidpool runs over to one of the guys that has a sword in his chest. "If we just remove one of these, they can regenerate." And beneath it, he hears an explosive going off. "Oh man, I'm gonna go out like this? Dogpool, I'll be with you soon, buddy." The rest of the Deadpool Corps runs out of the tent, saving themselves as Kidpool goes up with all of the other Deadpool bodies. As Wade gets up, he sees the murderers in front of him. Evil Wade is leading the group of killers. Hey guys, can't we all just sit down and chat over a few chimichangas? And Cyborg Deadpool gives the answer. This unit does not consume chimichangas. Okay, you die first. So the battle begins with Pandapool vaulting into attack, and each one of them takes a target. But the fight that matters is Wade versus Evil Wade. They punch, they kick, they bite, and eventually, Wade gets Evil Wade into a headlock, while the Deadpool Watcher is spouting exposition. Wade and Evil Wade both call out to him, "Are you just gonna stand there, or are you gonna help?" And Wade looks down to his headlocked prisoner. Wait. He then throws Evil Wade aside as he marches over to the Deadpool Watcher. "You're a double agent?" The Deadpool Watcher gets a little shy about it. "How can I pick the best? You're all just so cool." But both of them are distracted by what appears to be rain, because as Wade turns around, he sees that it is actually the headless pulp Deadpool squirting blood. And Evil Wade is singing in the rain. Wade forgets about the Watcher and he goes back to the killing by gutting Evil Deadpool. And as he prepares to shove his sword into his head, a rather ominous shadow appears overhead. Galactuspool has entered the battlefield. This is a suicide mission, Wade, and we're gonna die regardless. So I figured I'd go out with a bang. "Ah, shut up," Wade says as he kicks Evil Wade. "If I'm half as annoying as you are, there's no wonder that Match.com keeps rejecting my profile." Wade then begins to strangle and punch his evil doppelganger, while Lady Deadpool is pulled out of the way of destruction from Galactuspool by the Watcher. "I needed to save you, Wanda Wilson. You're my favorite." She gets back up and calls over to Wade. "Come on, we're running out of time." But he's a little busy stomping on Evil Wade's head. "This is for issue 49. Eventually, Wade joins Lady D and Pandapool, the only survivors, as they go into her secret armory. They load up on some weapons and exit, and she gives the Watcher a French kiss as she climbs into the B. Arthur. "Where are you going, Lady D?" Wade calls out, but she's not listening. "This is where her destiny diverges from your own, Wade. She needs to stop this planet from being consumed by Galactuspool." Wade and Pandapool watch as Lady D flies the B. Arthur into the mouth of the giant Galactuspool, destroying it with the multidimensional drives that are on the ship. With the loss of the ship, they also lost their method of multidimensional travel, so the Watcher grabs Pandapool and Wade and he warps them to the nearest multidimensional nexus. But as they warp into the Savage Land, Wade politely informs the Watcher, "This is where superheroes go to get eaten. But I guess I'm not a superhero. I mean, this is a version of me killing other versions of me to ensure the multiverse dies." "There is a small chance, Wade. It all comes down to you hunting the evil Deadpool. Behold," the Watcher declares, only then to realize that he's pointing at a hole in the ground. "The Nexus is burned up. Use of the Nexus has come at a great cost." Wade kneels down. "Why do all the important things come with a great cost? I saved forever when I was a kid to get the Millennium Falcon, but once I bought it, it broke when I bashed little Joey's head with it. I have an answer to our problem. Prepare yourself, Deadpools. I will recharge this Nexus with the power of a cosmic entity." With that, Wade and Pandapool look on as the Deadpool Watcher kills himself to reopen the Nexus. And they step in to their final destination to end this. They step into a world surrounded by Deadpools. Holy Deadpool Lollapalooza! Preparing for the worst, they're a little surprised when out of nowhere, shots are fired and every Deadpool is murdered. Except for our heroes, because the cavalry has arrived. Teaming up with the Samurai Deadpool, Grootpool, Knight Deadpool, and Chibipool, Wade and Pandapool begin to approach the Baxter building of this world where the evil Deadpool is holding up. Their trek is long and mighty, involving many deaths, sometimes enemies like Sharkpool, and sometimes friends like Pandapool. But by the time that Wade gets to the tower, there are only two Deadpools in existence, Wade and the evil Deadpool that started all of this. As Wade enters the building, evil Deadpool eyes him. "We're at the end of the road, you and me. We're the last, and once we're gone, the multiverse will vanish. It'll all come crashing down. Everything will die. The lambs will stop screaming. Game over, man." "So this is all some kind of weird suicide pact?" Wade asks. And they begin their battle. Evil Deadpool continues. "I know it's hard to see as I try to cut your head off, but I'm not the villain here. Continuity is. It has us all trapped." And Wade dodges the initial attacks, asking him, "I've heard that I'm some kind of self-aware creator of all things multiversal baby daddy before. But if we're so high and mighty, why don't we just fix it without killing everyone? Can't we dream up a better life?" Evil Deadpool grits his teeth. "We both know why. Your subconscious won't let you. You hate yourself far too much. I won't allow myself to regenerate so that we can end this. You can do the same thing. You can free yourself. But you're just too busy keeping your uniform so pimp. Didn't you start this little escapade with a chainsaw on your chest? Your clothes don't even look the least bit bloody. You must be a whiz with that shout wipe and some thread." Wade stops and he looks at his chest. No, wait, I changed, didn't I? Evil Deadpool reels back in pain for some reason. Nothing changes. The continuity won't let you. Wade kneels down in front of the Evil Deadpool. What's the problem with the status quo? That's how I get girls. Between panels, though, somehow, a knife appears inside of Evil Deadpool's chest. So now, I want you to ask yourself, did I stab you in the heart while we were wrestling? Or did I just make that knife appear with the power of my mind? Keeping yourself from healing is a neat trick, but it doesn't mean that you control reality. That just means you're stubborn. How do you know that you're not healing right now? Because I'm making it happen with the cosmic forces at my beck and call. Evil Deadpool looks down at his chest and sees that it's healed. No. We can make things better. We don't need to murder. Think of me as your Jiminy Cricket, Wade says as he pats Evil Deadpool on the back. But all those people, I killed so many trying to set them free. And then, Wade cuts his head off. The multiverse may have forgiven you, but not me. You killed my friends. You don't get a pass. Wade gets up and he douses Evil Deadpool with a universal acid to prevent him from healing. And then he begins to walk away, patting his clothes, as he asks himself, I did change clothes, didn't I? Who cares? Last Deadpool standing, represent! Now, how do I get home? And there you have it. You, sir or madame, are amazing. You have stuck around to the end of this video, and it is super long! Now let me know what you guys think about all three of those back-to-back in the comments down below. And also let me know what you think about other Deadpool storylines that we could be piecing together. Maybe doing all of Deadpool the Living Dead? I don't know. Or Night of the Living Deadpool? I don't know what it's called. It's Deadpool and Zombies. That's all I really remember it as. Anyway, guys, don't forget to subscribe to our channel to get these full stories every Monday. Next week, I think, is going to be X-Force. And you can also get our opinions on things and join us over on Twitch at twitch.tv/eligible-monster, where every Sunday and Monday, Dan and myself bring you various gameplay footage and us talking about various comic books that we've read during the week during our Comic Storian Weekly podcast. Thank you for joining us. I'll see you next time right here.
Yes. Looking good. Alright, so that's Deadpool.
Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take a lot of our older videos from over the years that we've been doing Comic Storying, and we combine them into a giant, large epic that you can basically pop on and then go on a long road trip and watch. Today we're going to be giving you the story of Earth 2, one of my all-time favorite storylines that came out of New 52. And the reason we're doing this is everyone freaking out about Val Zod and Michael B. Jordan being rumored as a new Superman. Either way, this is the actual storyline for Val Zod. I'm a huge fan of the storyline as a whole, but I don't want to spoil anything. You can go ahead and enjoy it. I'm just going to warn you, if you like Injustice where things go crazy, oh, you're going to love Earth 2. The world is almost lost. Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman are doing their best, but we've lost so many. Parademons are everywhere, and Darkseid has gone on and invaded all of this world. And he's winning. But Batman has one final plan. With Wonder Woman, the last of the Amazons, screaming her battle cry, and Superman's mind occupied by the loss of Lois Lane, Batman scales one of the transmitting towers with Robin as his backup, and Supergirl overwatching a military unit transporting a nuke as a last-ditch effort. As Batman fires a gun through the head of a parademon, and Wonder Woman cuts the head off another, Mercury, the messenger of the gods, delivers the message. Diana, the gods joined the battle, but they have fallen. Few of us even remain, but we fight for the human race. He then leaves the area just as Superman is becoming overwhelmed by parademons, and Steppenwolf boom tubes onto the scene. Superman watches in horror, and he tries his best to warn Wonder Woman, but it's too late, as she takes a blade through her back, cutting her through the stomach. He can only watch in horror as she falls to the ground dead, and furious he shouts, "Steppenwolf, I'll kill you!" But he can't even finish the sentence, as he explodes in power. Steppenwolf smirks. No, Cal, you won't. Meanwhile, across the world, Supergirl loses contact with her cousin, and she leaves the humans with the nuke to fend for themselves as she flies off to check on her family. Sergeant Pratt tells his men to stand strong as they take out these parademons and they try to get their nuke to its destination. Back with Batman and his daughter Helena, also known as the Robin of this world. He tells her to leave him. Get away. Once he puts this virus into the tower, it will self-destruct, and he won't get away in time. With tears in her eyes, she begs her father not to leave her. She already lost her mother, Selena. Don't, Daddy. There's no don't today either. I must. Oh, my brave, wonderful soldier. Live for me. And with that, Helena screams, no! And the tower that Batman is in explodes. Supergirl flies up just as the whole event happens, and they both see a boom tube opening. Assuming that it's Steppenwolf back to battle, Supergirl and Robin fly straight into it, and they vanish into the night. All of the parademons hit the ground, and the battle was over. Darkseid's troops will no longer be able to boom tube onto this world. That was the day that this world lost its superheroes, its wonders. There aren't any left, and they've all perished in this battle with Apocalypse. 5 years have now passed, and the world will try to begin and heal. But this isn't a safe haven. This isn't the end. Our new tale begins with a man named Jay Garrick, as he watches what happens to be a falling star hit the ground. He runs over, and before him is Mercury, the messenger of the gods. Listen closely, human. I am the last of the gods. My brethren all died aiding Diana, Wonder Woman as you knew her, and defeating the hordes of Steppenwolf. But that's crazy! How could we not have seen that? Quiet, boy. I am the speaker of the gods, and you put me to shame. My time is short. I have escaped where I was being held captive to warn all of humanity of the danger coming to Earth and its people. The task ahead will need heroes. Wait, heroes? To fight an even greater threat than Apocalypse invading? How can we? Earth simply doesn't have any left. We lost our trinity of wonders: Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. It's time for a new age to begin, Jay Garrick. New heroes and new wonders. And I bestow on you my powers.
Oh my god.
Hermes points his finger at Jay, and a bolt of lightning
shoots.
shoots out, hitting the young boy. As it settles down, Jay looks in shock as he now has a full costume on him. Then, Hermes begins to die, and the World Army appears, telling Jay to stay put. But Hermes' last words to him are, "You can't trust anyone. Run!" He runs as fast as he can until he ditches the helicopter, and he ends up in the city where he happens on a couple being attacked by apoca rats. He beats down the rats and he tells the couple in his speed, "Don't worry, I'll have you out of danger in a flash." And as he leaves, the couple wonders who that man was, because the only word that they heard was Flash. Jay keeps running around the world until he ends up in Poland, where he discovers that he has some problem stopping, and that's when he meets another new wonder. Someone introducing herself as Hawk Girl. Are you an angel? Yeah, I have a hawk's cowl and mask. No, I'm not an angel. They talk for a minute and she explains that fate showed her to him, and they'll need to team up soon, but he'll need some training first. When suddenly, all around them, everything begins to die. Meanwhile, across the world in China, a man named Alan Scott is traveling into the mountains to finally be alone with his boyfriend. He has plans to marry him, and as he holds the ring up to propose, the bullet chain explodes and it crashes into the ground. Alan wakes up that night with half of his body burned and an untold number of broken bones, and tears running down his face as he calls out for Sam, his fiancée. But a green flame appears to him. "Alan Scott, you are the one. Allow me to take your pain and mend your body." "I don't care about that. Please help me find Sam. I need to find him." "I am sorry, Alan, but your lover is gone. We were only able to save you. My task was to protect you for the role that you are destined to play. An evil will soon be upon this world, which if left unchallenged will destroy all life. I am the embodiment of Earth's energy, and in truly dark times a champion is chosen." Wait, in truly dark times you pick a champion? Why didn't you pick someone for the war with Apocalypse? The Earth had a champion then. They had the Sun God. Superman? Now that he is gone, I need you to stand in his stead, Alan Scott. I need you to be Earth's new defender. And with that, Alan Scott becomes the new Green Lantern. And as a way to honor Sam, the wedding ring that he was going to give him becomes his new Green Lantern ring. But if the green has chosen its champion, so will the gray. And Grundy has been called upon to rise. He begins to rise on the world on the lawn of the White House as he destroys it with the very essence of death. Green Lantern begins to move towards the rock. The green is telling him where to go, while Hawk Girl grabs onto Jay Garrick and then...
Alright, back into quest mode here. When lovers call, an adventurer must answer, for along with art, truth, and justice, love is one of life's great adventures. Will you hear Lansford's plea? You are our new protector, is that not so? I must have your help in laying something to rest. There are bodies entombed in the ice over there to the west. When the freeze came, the folk of Falcon's Nest fled, but not all of them in time. One of them was my wife. To search for the corpse of my, I think that's supposed to say corpse. To search for the corpse of my beloved among these folks I knew all my life. 'Tis more than I can bear. I beg you to go in my stead. Here is a pick. Bind her for me and bring her a ring of trust. Brad.
They follow the rot all the way back to Washington, D.C. As they arrive, Hawkgirl begins to blast Grundy by blowing his head up with her pistols, and Flash stops himself by running into the rubble of the White House. Hawkgirl tells him to get the civilians out of here because he isn't trained for this kind of thing yet. This could kill him. But Flash calls out to her, telling her to stop. She could die and he needs answers. She tells him not to worry, she's not dead yet. She swoops in, blasting Grundy through the chest and again in the face. But Grundy reaches out and he easily grabs her by the throat, prepared to end this little fight. That's the moment that the Green Lantern flies in and he uppercuts Grundy, ripping him in half with the green flame of Earth. No more! There's been enough death for one day. Just a wild guess, I assume you're the Green Knight he's looking for? I'm the Green Lantern. Grundy gets up and he throws the Green Lantern into the ground. And when you're dead, no one will care! While Flash is running around saving people, Hawkgirl takes off trying to shoot Grundy off the Green Lantern when the news comes over the big screen, asking the world, is this the beginning of a new era of wonders? The Green Lantern tries again and again to beat on Grundy, but he just keeps reforming, so Alan has no idea what to do next. He doesn't need the answer though, as the Atom lands on top of Grundy using his full size of his fully grown...
There's your wife's ring. Are back so soon. Could you not find her? Ah, that is the ring, the same I slipped on her hand when we were wed. Thank you, adventurer. You are workers of wonder. In my heart, I had not expected to see this again. The freeze came quickly on the heels of their calamity, but there was not yet a narrow defile. The entire hamlet gathered at its mouth, and we began to pass through it to safety. Not even half of us were through before the snowslide struck. In the confusion, her hand slipped from mine. The surge of the snow and the crowd carried me to this side, and she was left behind. I left her behind. When a widowed man or woman takes back a ring of troth, the dead are free to wed again in the afterlife. She was young still and merry of heart. I would that she finds a mate again, though my heart cries out for her to wait for me. Yeah, it's an interesting logic you got there.
Body. Threat neutralized. He says as he lands. Sergeant Al Pratt sees the other wonders, and Hawkgirl knows exactly what this is. The Atom works for the World Army. I'm not going back, Al, she shouts as he reaches out grabbing for her. I have my orders, Kendra. Then turning to the Flash and the Green Lantern, he tells them, by the authority of the World Army Council, I order you to stand down. He swats the Green Lantern away, and Jay realizes that it's time for him to do more than just save the civilians. At lightning speeds, he jumps up and he begins to kick and punch the Atom until he knocks his helmet off and he frees Hawkgirl. As the Atom falls to the ground, he says, "You're gonna pay for that." "Oh yeah, bully?" the Flash says as he lands on the ground. That's when the Atom gets up for round 2, but the rot begins to overtake him. What's happening to me? Threat is dead? Grundy? Stupid man! I've been dead all along! Grundy shouts as he begins to wrap and bury the Atom. The Green Lantern returns at that moment and he tells his 2 new friends, "You guys save the Atom. I'll take care of Grundy." And the team flies in for round 2. Alan Scott begins flinging green fire from the earth at Grundy, throwing him off while Hawkgirl and Flash get the Atom out of his little hole, and they discover that he's shrunken down. "I can't believe that you saved me, Kendra," the Atom says as he gets up. "Why not? We're wonders, aren't we?" "That makes us heroes," the Flash says, and the whole group reassembles, ready to face off with Grundy. The Green Lantern tells the 3 of them to hold Grundy back, and he'll return. He hopes. And if he doesn't, tell the world that he died fighting for it. With everyone fighting on the surface, the Green Lantern communes with the green, the earth, and he contacts the gray, death. He pleads with the gray to stop, while it pleads with him to join them, and they will present to him Sam, his lost lover. If he stops fighting the Gray, they'll give him what he desires back. Out in the real world, Flash, Hawkgirl, and Atom are trying their best to stop Grundy, but his power is too great. Fungus, death, and rot are forming all around them, and no matter how hard they try, Grundy is getting closer and closer to Alice Scott's body as he traverses the elemental forces. Inside the elemental forces,
Slain, flayed, and dressed, I see. When you have a chance, you ought to see Snowcloak itself to the west. There was a road there into the West Courthouse, but after the calamity, the cloak came with it in a wall of ice too thick to penetrate. We must find our way past the ice wall, and that is why we are here. Cut off from the west, but we are half ourselves. Never has the course of research run smooth at Snowcloak. We are bedeviled by ice spirits, for one. I suspect the spirits are to blame for our latest problem. A researcher on a sample drilling duty is late returning to camp. The sprites delight in tormenting some more than others, and, well, he's just one of those fellows. Will you rush to his rescue? Just right over here. Out of war zone. Did you notice, or? Oh, wrong researcher. I guess that one was just friendly with them. Not beyond the quest objective. Thanks, buddy. You saved me! You're my best friend! Let us return to the camp together. Oh, you have something dangerous to do first. Alright, I'll just see you later. Faith-based researcher. Interesting color name. Wow. This is just staring at the cat. Welcome back, Rex. I just spoke with that Wayface. Is that just his name? I made certain he understands that you are a busy man also. Thanks to you, we too can busy ourselves with our mission. There will be much hardship, but with your help, we shall find a way through the ice wall. Get brandy wine or What are you doing here? You brain? The behemoth walks nearby, and we cannot move. Save yourself. What's this? Hold it against my lips. There. Amazing. I can feel my feet again. I believe, yes, I can walk again. See any behemoth? think they're lying. See no stinking behemoth. Don't lie to me, video game. Alright, well, I'm going to use this opportunity to take a little bathroom break. Alright, we're back.
Alan is finally getting Sam back, and he holds him close. He could let go now, rest forever in here with the green, the gray, and with Sam. This is paradise, and he feels such joy from being here. But then, he remembers where he is. This isn't paradise, this is nothingness, and this isn't Sam. Is that the best you have, Gray? You cannot win. You cannot defeat Grundy. I thought that too, until you told me how. The Green Lantern breaks out of the elemental landscape and he grabs Grundy. The Gray is done, and so are you. He takes off and he begins to launch him into space as Grundy struggles hard. Problems on the ground aren't done though, as Hawkgirl turns to Flash. With Grundy gone, Adam will turn to his secondary orders. The Flash looks back at her. Secondary orders? So the Flash grabs her and they get out of Washington as fast as they can. Damn it, Kendra, you can't run forever. The Atom shouts as he pulls his mask off. Up in space, Alan Scott can feel the green weakening as he gets farther and farther from Earth, until eventually, he only has enough power to push Grundy to the moon. Then, he floats freely in space, and he begins to fall back down to the Earth. He accepts his fate, but as he falls into the atmosphere, Hawkgirl catches him. She brings him down and he shoots the ground with a full blast of green, basically giving the Earth a booster shot. This is it, the Flash says. We're all wonders. We could be the new Trinity. Well, there could also be 4 of us if we ever convince the Atom to join up. Sorry, Flash. I don't agree. Green Lantern...
State your business. Stack of effects. Heretic stuff. Ah, the leavings of unbelievers. Most excellent. You have served with honor. Let us hope there is to be found here a clue. Long have I hated unbelievers, but no more, for they too serve the Fury. If not in life, then in death. What ruth has Halon to grant them such a chance? A brother knight has recently explained your kind to me. A sellsword lacks honor. So does an adventurer lack discernment. No task is too menial, yet no cause is worthy enough. I have need of one such as you. In their boundless depravity, the Dravanians have lashed out against the gates of judgment. Pawing at the rubble would be more than any true Ishgardian could bear, yet removed it must be. This shall be your task. Look at this guy, too. Sir... All the birds for the sake of all that is holy. Adventurer, idleness ill becomes a man so hale. Go slay for us 5 bait lures that nest in these parts. The crusade consumes the knights of Ishgar's body and soul. To you shall go much moils, as we cannot stoop to, but at which you have enjoyed some success, if the tales be true. Your presence is part of Halon's plan for us. The Fury be praised. Alright, so you get to pick up trash, kill some randos. It's gonna hide this last one for no damn reason, okay? There it is. through the spate while I'm over here. Yeah, I know, I'm pretty great.
Says, holding his hands up. I don't need either of you. What? We just saved you back in the sky a minute ago. Yeah, and I thanked you for that. But I don't plan on playing Icarus again. So there's nothing else that can stop me. We're done. And he flies off. The Flash turns to Hawkgirl. What do we do now? Green Lantern. He has a lot of things going on right now, and he's told Hawkgirl and Flash that he isn't interested in making a new team. You see, Alan Scott lost someone dear to him during his transformation into the Green Lantern, his boyfriend, Sam. He's been a wreck ever since he got home, and he took the ring off, because it's at that moment that he started to realize that he had truly lost Sam. And that's when Hawkgirl found him. She explained that she has a talent for finding people, putting together mysteries, and figuring out who's who. And she figured out that Alan Scott, the billionaire, is actually Green Lantern. So she asks him, please, join them. And Alan tells her that he has always been a man who follows his own path. He doesn't do team. So she fires a dart through the picture of Sam. You're just a target without your ring, Alan. She takes off into the skies, leaving only a feather behind. Meanwhile, the World Army is preparing for their own endeavors, and they want the Wonders to work for them. And if they won't, they'll build something, like Red Tornado. And on the other side of the world, the Darkseid's troops that were left behind when Batman blew up their tower, they're starting to build a new army under Steppenwolf, with the daughter of Wonder Woman, Fury, by his side. Things are starting to move along in the world of Earth 2, so Hawkgirl returns to her friend Khalil because she needs to convince him to put back on the helmet, to bring out his powers, to bring out the one known as Nabu. But Khalil tells her that it wasn't him that foretold the location of the Flash or that the Green Lantern was coming. It was Nabu. When he puts the helmet on, he shares his mind with Nabu, and there's insanity that comes with that, sharing his mind with another individual. He doesn't want to give up his sanity for power. But Kendra convinces him to use the helmet to at least teleport around, because Jay Garrick, the Flash, is back in Michigan checking in on his mom, and she wants Khalil to make sure that Jay is okay. Over in Michigan, Jay walks up to his house while Khalil stands at a distance watching him, and he calls out for his mother to make sure that she's okay. and she tells him that she has been frantic. Even though it's only been a couple of days, the World Army showed up and they had a whole bunch of questions. Jay stops her. They were here? How long ago? 2 hours? Is that a problem? At that moment, the ceiling caves in as the Atom arrives, yelling, "Knock, knock." The World Army walks in and they order Jay to stand down. And Jay tells them, no. He runs at top speed.
Observed well, adventurer. The Baylors eat heartily of the bounty of the sea clouds, and this we cannot allow. The fish of that sublime sea belong to the noble knights of the Crusade, not to lowly birds and beasts. The Fury has given us dominion over all creatures of this land, and the Dravinians too will understand this truth. You have served well, though I fear the state of these gates is still disquieting. You should have seen them as they were, adventurer, not battered and wounded as they are now. The Dravanians are set on breaking my heart, my faith, I meant to say, with their assaults. They must quit this world. Sir Shan-Olat would have you perform another bit of gathering to aid the knight's plight. You look eager to serve, adventurer. Do not deny it. The fire in your eyes betrays you. There is something you can do. Slay the chinchillas that dwell at hand and reap their fat. How many of the beasts? I see the task excites you. 4 of goodly size will do. Now, be as my Tirso and hunt the chinchillas thither. I can't believe I have to go slaughter chinchillas. Make sad little sounds and everything.
Around the room, dropping all of the guards and putting on his uniform and then dodging the Atom's giant hand. That's when a random man appears and grabs Jay's mother. Jay stops right away and the woman in charge of the World Army kicks him across the jaw. But that's when having Khalil around comes in handy, because he steps out hitting the thug holding Jay's mom over the head. Seeing his chance, Jay grabs both his mother and Khalil and he runs as fast as he can until the 3 of them vanish. They appear in what is known as Naboo's realm, and the Tower of Fate stands before them in the distance. But that's the least of their worries, as one of Naboo's enemies, Wotan, has summoned them here, and he wants the helmet of Naboo for himself. Jay tries to run at Wotan to free Khalil, his mother, and himself, but Wotan's magic is too great, and he lifts Jay Garrick off of the ground and he holds him upside down, before throwing him back down. Khalil explains that the power of Naboo manifests itself in the helmet, and that's what Wotan wants. The reason Khalil hit
Ah, the tier cell of the temple. Have you what I bid you bring? This is most excellent fat, and well pulled. I see you have some skill at dressing beasts. Once rendered, it shall be fortified into a frostbite balm for our chocobos. Alone among beasts, the chocobos are to be honored. For every knight of Ishgard that has perished in the crusade, as many of the noble birds have died. None who witness a chocobo meet its end and can fail to be moved. So, like, nobody's eating them, then, I guess. Yes, I'll go deal with you. Greetings to the savior of the steps of faith. What business have you here this day? A request for what from Vice? What? A request for what from Whitebrim Front? Weary? Weary are they? Cravens and fools. Tell Gintramon to take that knife edge and cut the throats of every knight who professes himself too tired to do his holy duty. Hang any peasant who dares plain over his singed pigs. You are owed an apology, adventurer. Never should have you been burdened with my fellow's shameful display of weakness. Whitebrim Front will be fortunate if I do not reduce their allotment of supplies for this outrage. Didn't like that.
Here in the Tower of Fate is because when he wore it, Naboo's spirit tried to take over his body, and it was driving him insane. But wearing the helmet even that little bit imbued Khalil with the magical energies of Naboo, and his last act was to place it in the Tower of Fate away from him because every time he uses magic, he can feel his sanity slipping away. Since the tower can only be entered by Khalil and his friends, they need to bring the helmet of Naboo out, or Watan will kill Jay's mother. And on that note, Watan teleports both men into the Tower of Fate. And all around them, the floor is the walls and the walls are the ceiling. Gears and devices turn all over and nothing is where it should be. Meanwhile, across the globe, Alan Scott has learned something tragic from Sam's father at Sam's grave. While Alan thought the terrorist attack on the train was aimed at him, it was in fact aimed at Sam. With this knowledge in hand, Alan uses the powers of the Green Lantern to tear through the gangs of China. He kills as many of them as he can, and he tortures the rest of them, trying to get his information, until he realizes that he is really bad at following clues. But he knows someone who isn't.
Downstairs?
Tracking Hawkgirl to a parademon cell in Louisiana, Alan admits he
Stairs?
may actually need some help. She is able to follow clues.
I'm just blind. The one being transferred to Whitebrim. He left many bells ago. You did not meet him upon the road. It is clear as day and straight as an arrow. He must have taken some other way, and now wanders lost. His curiosity is boundless, and he never hesitates to risk himself. Makes him a wonder at physicking, but a complete and utter fool on a winter road. Adventurer, you must find him before it is too late. Here, take this bottle of maddening potion, for he is likely to be frozen. We cannot have this recklessness when he is tasked with saving lives.
And resolve a mystery, and he needs her to find Sam's killer. Back in the Tower of Fate, though, Jay and Khalil are walking up the endless stairs and down the walls, trying to find where the helmet is. The place is an ever-changing labyrinth, and the only thing they have to work with is a feeling that Khalil is getting as to the location of the helmet. Where could it be? But their situation is about to get even worse as the Great Beast arrives from the ceiling. Jay grabs Khalil and he runs at top speed through this labyrinth, trying to get away from the beast. But the problem is that up is down and down is up, and he has no idea where he's going. So Khalil tells him to stop, that he has come up with a better idea. The Flash will keep the Great Beast occupied while Khalil finds the helmet, the only thing that can force the Tower of Fate to listen to them. So Khalil feels Naboo talking to him, taunting him to come back for the power. And Jay hides out with the Great Beast sniffing around looking for them. And that's when Jay realizes he'll need to go down there and get the Great Beast's attention. Otherwise...
Cold. Bad bad idea. No more detours if I make it to the front. Why did I bring the maddening potion? How now? Ow, the blood surges. So many ideas like a swarm of wasps making the mind race. I must go. Wasps, bee in my bonnet. I guess it... Oh, it makes you mad, but it warms up your blood. I get it. Doing over here? Oh, already fucked yourself over, huh, buddy? Hail, well met. Fare thee well, my Ara Savior. Off to the front, yes, off to the front. Off to the front. Oh, there's a thing, a fleet thing. Help! A fleet thing. I'll be back in a minute. Alright. Dear, I do take a lot of saving, don't I? Thank you. I'm sorry, I didn't get your name. Rax? That's lovely. I think I'm forgetting something, but anyway, should you ever need some physicking, come to the White Brim Infirmary. You won't find a Shuriken more devoted to making you well, I assure you. Till then, farewell. Nope. Am I joining? What do you want? You bring a rope for the rescue. Excuse my churlishness. I have been stymied at every turn in helping my brother knight. It has made me forget my courtesy. But with both of our coils tied end on end, it may just be long enough. Throw the end down to him. The fury help us, it will not fall. The wind blows it out of its reach, yet again, what are we to do? Jump down with it? Sure. So you jumped down a cliff on purpose? I can certainly respect that. You are a man with a plan. You do have a plan, don't you? Rope? High winds, huh? But this rope will hang straight with the weight of a man upon it, so we shall both climb back over the precipice. he's talking about. Unhurt, was he? The infirmary will... Unhurt, was he? The infirmary will be relieved to hear of it. Anyways, short on something they are. Ishgard scolds us for using ventures for too many things, but I'd say Sodom. They won't send reinforcement and threatened to denounce any knight who asks for them. The way I see it, a good venture is worth more than their words. Say so. Maurice. A snow wolf indeed. You'll be needing the brandy wine tonight, I believe. Potent as it is, it extracts a price. The patrol is no doubt back at the camp by now. They have had a close call, those men. A terrible shame it would have been had they been slain by a common thing like a behemoth, when they are meant to face dragons. Still gotta do that levy. Who's that levy? Do it after this. Adventurer, you'll be pleased to know that the new chirurgeon arrived safe and sound. He said you saved him from certain ruin. Of course, he collapsed from the effects of the maddening potion mid-babble. Not surprising considering his journey here. One of the other chirurgeon's ministers ministers to him as we speak. It bodes not well that he failed to prepare himself for the potion's after effects. I begin to think that taking on new staff is not the panacea I had hoped for. Mega potion. The poor soul. She still breathes, but adventurer, does he pray for her soul? An alchemic concoction, as costly as it is hard to obtain. You say 'twas hidden in the forest. This bottle holds the truth of Lawrence's desertion. He ran that he might find it for her, and when he knew he was to be captured, he took great pains to hide it, knowing his pursuers would have simply destroyed it as a traitor's refuse. I cannot thank you enough for keeping faith in him. Now, if you'll pardon me, I have a patient to save. Sure do. Where's that last sword? It's gotta be like hugged against the building or something. I bet it's in here. Yep, there it is. Looks like Lawrence is gone. Must be up. Yep. You seek a smith. What can I do for you? Repay the bill? Ah, a worthy endeavor, especially with such a shadow as this over white brim front. A dragoon must needs see and hear what he fights for, or the heart will go out for him. There's more than enough metal here to cast a new clapper and make the other repairs. As soon as I'm done hammering out this breastplate, tell Sir Liontrix that we will make this place ring. Will you?
It'll find Khalil, and this plan will be ruined. So he runs down and he dodges a swipe, and then he gets caught by the beast's other hand. Luckily, Khalil has found his way through the maze and he's found the helmet. He begins talking to the helmet. He'll do this. He'll accept his fate. But Khalil asks the helmet of Naboo about his sanity. Will he get to keep it? And the soul of Naboo tells him he may lose it, but he may also have the will to hold on to it. This is only the echo of his soul. He cannot foretell the future. So Khalil tells him he'll do it, but he gets to choose the name. So Dr. Fate and Naboo agree.
Did you get my dragon bone? That was my first dragon, you know. It's special. Yes, dragon bone. Who's spinning yarns now, huh? By the fury. Baron Gyat, Dragon Slayer, blessed in the eyes of Helon. I have dreamed of this. Do you realize that I shall be commended by the Archbishop himself? Good job. The dragon minions are dead. Now don't you feel like a man grown with honor intact? Know that you removed one of the obstacles to retaking the stone vigil. How like the Dravanians to send their mindless servants to do their dirty work. We have the advantage over them, for all who serve Ishgard do so free, proud, and clear of thought. Who could said this? The Fury bless him, to see it as I do. Ishgard is at war, and we hoard our resources with an almost Dravinian avidity. All must fuel the crusade while removing as little from the battlefield as possible. We at Whitebrim Front live between the anvil of winter and the hammer of the dragons. We have been tested much and not found wanting, I believe. This is our keep and our home. It must have a measure of beauty, else it becomes a gall. Alright, one mission left here in this area, I believe, right? Yep. Rest are just levy quests and fates. Adventurer, a word. I heard from Sir Ferdeliux and another, though they know not of my special interest. You are a man just and clement. Help me free my brother from the dungeons. My brother was condemned to hard labor for desertion, but the Holy See now declares desertion to be heresy and his life is forfeit. They speak falsehood with their reasoning, and I no longer have faith that they are one with alone. Lawrence is... Oh, cool, we're getting back to Lawrence. Lauren is doubly innocent, for he never deserted. He left his post, yes, but to treat with an Uldan trader for medicine that saved his betrothed's life. Much I have given Ishgard, and willingly, but they shall not take my brother, and they shall not take the truth. Ferdeliux alone guards him, and he is a great one for a nap, especially when he has been kept at the card table all night. I've seen you move like a shadow. Slip in and take his key. Give the dungeon key to Lawrence and wish him the speed of the Fury. Tell him that I have cash supplies and a disguise in the usual place. Meanwhile, I shall prepare a distraction and cover all our tracks. We shall speak later. Prison break! I'm glad to see you again, to bid you thanks for saving my beloved's life. Do you bring news of her today? Oh yeah, I gotta get the key. Duh. What a loser. It's kinda neat how everything is coming full circle. You! I'm glad to see you again, to bid you thanks for saving... Oh yeah, I remember that. Damebird, I thought he had forsworn me, for he came not once to see me. I cursed him in my mind, but his cruelness was kindness after all. I know of the hiding place he speaks. Tell him I shall miss him, and to preserve himself from harm. But I swear to return, to fetch away my lady. Gotta love a good love story. Look, Somber, I am telling you of how a jackal ate a cook's cat. Success? Good. When? Hour of the wolf? I'll loosen my works then. He must never return. I left him instructions. He shall send for her, and I will see she is protected and unpursued. There's only death for him here. The beast tore the polar animals to shreds. What shame to lose a good ratter. To the greenwood, desert, or sea, anywhere but here. Likely I shall never see him again, but at least he lives. And it is thanks to you. Remember that you spent the past bell seeking Charmaine's rosary. It is in your pocket. Be seen with her soon. Alright. That takes... Oh, no, looks like a new quest just popped up. Let's go check her out. I don't know if they'll let me finish it, being such a low level and all, but... I say, are you the... Forgive me. I am Kalim, a bannerman of House Hallenhart. Are you not the adventurer who proved our liege lords innocent? Ah, it is you. You are forged of metal, true sir, and I rejoice to meet you, for there's a delicate mission that only a man of the most steadfast may be trusted with. From high upon Mount Monument Tower, we keep watch over the doings of the Garland outpost. They have been far too active for our hearts' ease lately, and we must discourage these forays without resorting to outright hostility. Make a round of the 3 hotspots and look for any trace of the Garlands. Sir Perimans awaits at the Arum Vale for your report. The speed of fury to you, and her Ruth as well. Bob. Down with the Empire.
We'll be Dr. Fate together, but he wants to know what changed Khalil's mind, and Khalil tells him that it was Jay Garrick, a young man that isn't in control and he hasn't been since he got his powers, but he uses them to the best of his ability to be a hero. If Khalil could...
You asked me if I'm a soldier of Garmel. Ah, you bastard. You ask me if I'm a soldier of Garmeld? Why, this savage land is outside the fold of the Empire. 'Twould be strange indeed for you to see a Garland here. You doubt me? I care not. Okay, I'll doubt you. Slash down. Why would a soldier of Garmeld venture into enemy territory? An enemy foolish as well as barbaric, for none can resist our... What I mean to say is the mighty Damn it! Retreat! Retreat! Yeah, I can't turn this in until I reach level 43. I am very close, though. I suppose I could hit up a few fates. Not that there's many around. I'll never make it to that one in time to finish it. This one I can do, right?
can be inspired by Jay, if he can use these powers for good and save the world, then let it be his fate as he puts on the helmet, becoming Dr. Fate. In an instant, he appears before Jay Garrick, and he puts down the great beast. He then teleports himself and Jay out of the tower and back in front of Watan. Watan, here I am! He charges in hard and fast right at Watan. And in a giant explosion of magic, both men are thrown back. He throws a protection spell down to block Watan's attacks, and then he creates a portal back to Earth so that Jay can get his mother back there, and Dr. Fate can take their fight back to Earth. Meanwhile, the Green Lantern and Hawkgirl have tracked Sam's killer down to the port of China, and they open up a single shipping crate to find a very shocking sight. The bodies of parademons. Someone is collecting the dead bodies of Darkseid's army and putting them here. Hawkgirl tells them that they need to return to the last mob boss that they spoke to since he had this information. But Alan feels the Earth pulling at him, the Green telling them that it needs protection. He apologizes to Hawkgirl and tells her that he can't stop this feeling. He needs to go, and he rockets as fast as he can to Boston, where the two titans of magic are fighting it out in the sky. Red and yellow sparks are flying all over. Flash tells him to stay out of the fight. This one is for their new friend, Dr. Fate. But they can do some stuff to help. The World Army is coming in to get involved in this fight, and the Green Lantern and Flash take off to stop them. Watan and Nabu have had this battle time and time again, and regardless of the power that Watan has obtained, Dr. Fate has more, and he destroys the body that Watan is in, ending their duel. He then lands in front of the Green Lantern and Flash, and he teleports them all away. They all go to Alan Scott's tower in the middle of New York, where he has decided to help Jay and his mother fix their image problems with the World Army. And they can stay in the tower with him until they can go back to the public. And maybe they can all be a team now. Because he's starting to realize he could use some help. So we now have Green Lantern, Hawkgirl, Flash, and Dr. Fate. But at this exact moment, there's a new problem arising, as Steppenwolf has built his army, and he's preparing to battle against the world. Steppenwolf is beginning to build his army to conquer this planet since Darkseid wasn't around. The World Army is preparing for it by deciding that they need new recruits to battle against Steppenwolf. But while they discuss this, there is one individual that everyone thought was dead. Batman! But it's not the Batman that died. It's a new one that took the cowl. And 72 hours ago, he was fighting Mr. Icicle. He blasted Batman with a shot from his cold gun, and Batman dodged it, throwing a bola at Mr. Icicle. Then, after taking a full blast to the chest, he used a tool to heat it back up and remove the ice. Mr. Icicle then shoots at Batman again, and he saves the hostages before knocking Mr. Icicle out of a window and onto a rooftop, where he grabs him and demands to know what he knows. Mr. Icicle explains that he was told by Kanto to prepare. All villains were. Kanto and Steppenwolf are both children of Darkseid, and while Steppenwolf is trying to function on his own ever since the boom tubes were called back, Kanto has been working towards Darkseid's plan still. So this new Batman decides that he needs to speak to this Hawkgirl and get the new Wonders involved. Meanwhile, Mr. Miracle and Big Barda, two individuals from the New Gods, just like Steppenwolf and Darkseid, are still on Earth, trying to avoid both Steppenwolf and Kanto, except Fury, Steppenwolf's mistress and Wonder Woman's daughter, catches them. Meanwhile, Hawkgirl is trying to track down the mystery that she was on the last time we were with her. Who killed Sam? Alan Scott, also known as the Green Lantern's lover. When her snooping leads her to some Apoco rats, some of the creatures left over from Apocalypse's attempted invasion, she outmaneuvers them and manages to take out all three of them with ease and her guns, until one explodes near her head as an explosive batarang takes it out. She looks up at a nearby tree, and there sits Batman, telling her to keep following this trail. Kanto, one of the assassins of Apocalypse, is behind everything. Then, in a puff of smoke, Batman is gone. Hawkgirl can't help but question her sanity. Who was that man? Batman is dead. Followed by the next question. What was Sam involved with that got him mixed up with Apocalypse? But across the globe, there's more important things starting. A war is beginning with the World Army preparing to attack Steppenwolf's army. Except the Wonders have arrived. Green Lantern, Flash, and Dr. Fate come in prepared to end this battle before it can even start. While they're doing a great job dropping everyone in their way, that's not what matters. They're just here to get back at Steppenwolf for everything he's done for Darkseid. This is Dr. Fate, a man of magic and wonder, the Flash, fastest man alive, and the Green Lantern, the avatar of the green and the earth itself. Except the World Army would like to know, what do they think they're doing? Considering that they're working independently, didn't they even consider for a moment that that this might be causing problems for things that the World Army already has in place, but the man with the bow says to Dodds, the leader of the World Army, that he thinks they should kill them now. Flash tells Robin Hood to try, and he corrects him. My name is Red Arrow, but the Green Lantern stops the arguing. How about we follow your lead, Dodds? At that moment, one of the World Army troops explodes from a hit by Brutal. Everyone gets back to work fighting Steppenwolf's forces, with Adam holding back Brutal, and Green Lantern going in for the hit, except Brutal breaks free and spills the Green Lantern's blood. Just then, Dr. Fate is trying to throw everything at the Beguiler, but she throws everything back at him, throwing him to the ground. And Bedlam has the Red Arrow shooting at the Flash by turning everyone against everyone. In the end, the World Army and the Wonders can't beat Steppenwolf's forces, and once all of the heroes are beaten, Steppenwolf's forces head off to continue their war, leaving Flash to wonder, why did they leave everyone alive? Meanwhile, across the globe, Hawkgirl is looking for answers, and as she lands on the rooftop of a casino in Morocco, she finds herself disoriented by a violin and captured in a net. And in other parts of the world, Mr. Miracle is trying to save Big Barda from Fury. He grabs Fury's attention and he tells Barda to make a break for it. Tell Batman what they found today, and he'll keep Fury busy. Don't worry, he'll find Barda again, he will. Barda tells him that he better, and she makes a break for it while Mr. Miracle wrestles with Fury. But their fight is interrupted by Red Tornado, telling them to both yield before the World Army. Back on the battlefield, the war is in full swing as Steppenwolf drops all of the World Army's troops before they can do anything else. Death and destruction are in his wake. To make matters worse, his trio of Brutal, Beguiler, and Bedlam are wrecking anyone that he happens to miss. And as he destroys the main World Army ship, the team leader, Amar Khan, and Mr. Terrific have to jump to safety. But the Wonders are all beginning to wake up, and since Dr. Fate has healed them, they are all prepared for round 2. That's when Dodds gets the order that the invasion has failed. Steppenwolf has destroyed everything. They are to get all of the survivors out of there and evacuate. So Green Lantern, Flash, and Dr. Fate change their mission to help, except the Green Lantern sees Steppenwolf, so he flies straight over to sucker punch him, only to be hit in the back by Brutal. Both Steppenwolf and Brutal begin to beat the Green Lantern senselessly over and over. With his victory in hand, Steppenwolf sees a camera nearby and he steps over to it. Hear this. When I first led the armies of Apocalypse, I did so in the name of Darkseid, but with the gateways closed, I am now Steppenwolf, your master. And that's when Brutal comes out of nowhere and splits Steppenwolf in two! Idiot. We are not his dogs. We will conquer Earth for Darkseid! Then Brutal's armor breaks away, revealing Superman! He is now working for Darkseid, and he is here to conquer the planet! Dodd sees the situation and he tells everyone, it's time to go, just as Superman begins to split the planet! He rockets around the battlefield, dropping any who might oppose him. Meanwhile, deep in the World Army Arkham base, right underneath Superman, General Lane has just downloaded a program into the new Red Tornado, the brain scans of his daughter, Lois Lane. On the battlefield, Superman is literally ripping people in half, and the World Army calls for a full retreat. They are not prepared to fight against Superman. Meanwhile, back in a separate part of the World Army underground Arkham base, Batman has arrived in a smoke bomb ready to accomplish his own mission. Back on the battlefield, Khalid knows that he needs to try and stop Superman as Dr. Fate, but once he steps up to Superman, Superman grabs him and throws him into the ground, crushing the base beneath them before stomping on Khalid's head, shouting, "No more magic!" Luckily, the Flash runs in and grabs Khalid before Superman can kill him. Superman hit Dr. Fate so hard that he cracked the helmet of fate, and Khalid is losing his sanity fast. Back in the underground base, it has crumbled underneath the weight of Superman throwing Dr. Fate into it, and Lois in her new body is trying to find her father as he is now buried in the rubble. She then holds him in her arms as he passes on. Over with Batman, he has entered into the main chamber of the facility that he's in, the holding facility for all of the villains that the World Army has captured, all the powered individuals. Back with Superman, Flash throws a rock at his head, and he realizes that he probably could have thought this out better. Deep down in the Arkham tunnels, Lois tackles Batman and asks him what he's doing. And did he beat up the guards outside of the door? He then grabs her robotic hand and snaps it, pushing her to the ground. She can only ask, how? What happened to you, Bruce? And Batman stops. Bruce? Using that chance, Major Sato, one of the World Army soldiers, shoots Batman in the head, and Lois turns around asking, what's going on? They both look back at Batman's body, and he's gone, and he's opening one of the cells. Major Sato tells him to stop. Does he even know what she's capable of? And the woman in the chamber grabs Batman by the throat. It is Aquawoman, Queen of the Seas, and Batman tells her that they are her friends. Meanwhile, the Flash is leading Superman on a chase around the world to get him away from the battlefield and the World Army's Arkham base. He's trying to allow them to retreat. Flash is faster than Superman, but Superman now has Omega Beams that hit Flash in the back, allowing Superman to catch him. Upside down, the Flash Flash asks him, "What happened to you? I have your poster on my wall." "Always nice to meet a fan," Superman tells him, and then he breaks the Flash's ankle. While this is happening, Dodson, Mr. Terrific, and Terry Sloan and the rest of the World Army are saving who they can from the crumbled part of the Arkham facility as Superman comes back to them holding the Flash upside down. "Sloan and Mr. Terrific, Darkseid has a use for you. You see, you two are the smartest individuals on this planet." Meanwhile, Batman is freeing more individuals from their chambers in the Arkham facility a few doors away. Now that he has Aquawoman, he frees Jimmy Olsen, a kid that can access any information network with his mind. After simply giving him a cell phone, he has the entire world's bank of knowledge in his head, and he tells everyone that Superman is back, and he's kind of a douche now. Oh, and there are parademons back.
Alright, I think this will be a good place for me to end it today. I have some tasks outside of stream I need doing today. So I'm gonna eat early, a little bit early today. Hey Bravo, thanks for stopping by today. Always glad to see you. And anybody else who came by, whether you watch now or later, whenever you are, wherever you are, thanks for watching. And I will see you all tomorrow. At least that's the dream.